Heed well, listeners, for this world is darkness and pain. From the ice-capped mountains of Jotunheim to the untamed steppes in all their wild splendor. From shrouded Ophir, where dark creatures perform darker rites, to civilized lands like Argus and Zamar, where humans seek diversions, while their petty rulers wage endless war upon one another. The Stygian blackness of night encroaches from all sides, but some there are who stand against it, for revenge, for power, for bloodlust, or for principle. They bring their steel against this world. Throk of the wild barbarians, Arven of the Shadar Kai, Daro the Faceless One, and Raylan, the Promised One, Herald of Zelios. Against all they survey, these four will prevail. Or they will perish.
Hello, and welcome to Shadows of Archonia. I am Steve Boshear, and I will not be your dungeon master for this evening. This is usually our weekly 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons live stream. However, today we're playing something different, as you can probably see by the artwork on the screen. We'll be playing Dresden Files Accelerated. A good number of our regular cast members are away this week, so we have 2 guest stars. One is our great friend, I'm gesturing up there, that's where the screen is for me. One is our great friend Brian Crenshaw, who is playing, there, who is playing with us, and my wife, Sarah, who is GMing for us this evening. Before we get into the game, I got to do the credits because I did just run that whole intro animation that has nothing at all to do with tonight's game. However, the music in that intro comes from J-Man at OurMusicBox. You can check out his work at his YouTube channel, OurMusicBox. It's got hundreds of free music tracks that he writes and releases for use in your creative projects for the price of crediting him. So go check that out. Toss him a coin if you have the means and say thank you. Additionally, the voiceover in the intro was by Alexander George M.S, a good friend of the show who still has nothing for me to plug for him, but we like him. I'm going to check in with him again. I haven't asked him in a few weeks. At one point he told me he was writing a book, but I don't think it's out yet. The artwork in the introduction was by myself. My name's not on screen this week. Usually I'm up there and I have my name, but my name is Steve Boshear. I go by Mighty Works Character Portraits on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and I take commissions. So if you'd like your RPG character or party rendered in my style, hit me up. I think that's it, because we're not playing Dungeons & Dragons this week, which cuts off a couple of our credits. Oh, we should do introductions. I mentioned Brian and Sarah and myself. So that other one, way over there, is Carolyn. Say hi.
Hello.
All right.
They all know me at this point.
They do, unless they're noobs, which, how many of those do we get? All yours.
Hi, everybody. So this was a last-minute decision to play this game. It's a game that we've been wanting to try for a while. But that said, this game is going to be very much us figuring it out as we go. None of us have actually played this before, so if you're here to learn how to play Dresden's File Accelerated, I'm sorry, but we are going to have a good time. We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun being wizards and not wizards and other magical creatures. And with that, are you guys ready? Shall we go ahead and jump right in? We got a lot of ground to cover on a one shot.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
All right.
Well,
we should probably introduce our characters.
I was going to have you guys introduce them in situ, as it were.
Do that.
So,
all right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the world is not what it seems, and you three found that out the hard way. All of you have fallen afoul of one of the great hidden powers under the mundane surface of this world. All of you fled, and all of you wound up here in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a really good place to hide, as you might expect from a city that sells the world emotions and feelings. The White Court is the dominant power in this town. The White Court being emotional vampires. Vampires that feed off their victims' fear, lust, despair. But as evil overlords go, the White Court are pretty chill. As long as you're not trying to actively infringe on their territory, it's easy to fly under the radar, which is what the three of you are doing. We're going to go ahead and put that down as an aspect here.
Oh, okay. Let's turn off the thingy.
Yes. All right. I can switch that for me.
Take that forged logo out of the way.
Thank you.
There we go. Flying under the radar.
Yes.
We all have that aspect, huh?
Los Angeles is a melting pot of a city. It has a lot of different people in it. As a city, the aspects are work hard, play hard.
Are they, though?
People tend to be pretty... People tend to do at least one or the other, and quite often
not both.
Yes. Well, sometimes playing hard is working hard in Los Angeles.
And here we are.
And so we're going to leave that out for the time being. And let's see. So that brings us to today. It is 2004. It is Saturday, June 19th. It is 6 a.m. It is the day before the summer solstice. And Vernon, your cell phone rings. Vernon, do you want to go ahead and, Brian, go ahead and introduce your character and tell us where you are at 6 in the morning on a beautiful summer day in LA.
My character's name, do I just go into the character description, or?
Yes, go ahead, and if you want to kind of do this cinematically, we pan in through the window and we hear your phone ringing. Is it, what's the Nokia song? And we see a hand reach out and grab it, and we pan up with that hand. What do we see? What does the camera see?
The camera sees a guy who looks older than his 37 years. Lots of stubble, no reason to really look nice. He just... what time is it?
As you
Flips open his phone. Yep.
Nope.
No.
Continue up through when you flip open your phone.
Runs his hand through hair that's black beyond the human spectrum. Blinks the crap out of his eyes. Who's calling me?
As you take a look down at your phone, you do recognize who this number is. This is a call from Hannah Chen, whom you know is one of the key leaders of the Downtown Pack. The Downtown Pack is well, as the name suggests, they are a werewolf pack. And they are unusual in that they are very open to newcomers. Unlike most werewolf packs that tend to be very close-knit and family-oriented, the Downtown Pack actively welcomes anybody who's interested in kind of signing on to their tenets of equality, fraternity. As a group, they have and Hannah in particular has the aspect young, scrappy, hungry. They are rapidly, if you guys are flying under the radar, the werewolf pack is rapidly rising to the surface. You have the quality, Vernon, of being indebted. One in debt. Oh, sorry. Levels just changed. You have one indebted to Hannah for a favor that she has done for you in the past, and you do know her. Do you want to tell me a little bit about what that favor was that she did for you?
Vernon needed to relocate. He got into some trouble with the Winter Court and has spent a career not making friends on the supernatural side of the spectrum. Miss Chen is somebody who he had a passing acquaintance with, and very much understanding that he was going to owe her one someday, he called in a favor and she helped him relocate into LA.
Gotcha. So your phone rings. It's Hannah. Do you pick up?
He looks around his cramped studio apartment, looks out the window. Throw me your name one more time. I have Chen. What was
Hannah.
His first name? Hannah Chen.
Hannah.
Hannah.
Vernon, I don't have much time. I'll get right to it. I'm calling in the favor. I need your help. Something went down with the pack last night. One of our groups got caught out in downtown LA. The sun is rising. The cops will be here soon. There are bodies on the street, and we can take care of cleaning things up and staying below the radar of the authorities, but the authorities are already on their way, and we need help getting rid of them. You and your people, you can, look, you're better than I am, and you're close enough, you can get here in time.
What's the address?
Okay, it's, the address, it's Walt Disney Concert Hall. And we'll go ahead and end the scene right there for a moment. Walt Disney Concert Hall has the quality of LA's shiniest new building. For those who are not LA natives or familiar with the work of Frank Gehry, Walt Disney Concert Hall is a big, fancy, shiny, literally shiny, steel building, a work of marvelous modern architecture, frequently referenced as one of the top 10 most important buildings in the U.S. In the last 20 years. It is a concert hall. It is located at the northern end of downtown LA's sort of arts and culture corridor. And in 2004, it has just opened and is a huge smash in the city. Everybody knows it. Everybody wants to go and visit. So I'm going to go ahead at this point, Vernon, and jump into a little bit of a cutscene. As you are taking in Hannah's request, you know off the top of your head, out of your network of people you know, there are maybe 8 to 10 people who could help you with this task, who are reasonably within range and could get to Walt Disney Concert Hall pretty quick. You text them to see who's available, who's awake. 2 of them respond. And so let's go ahead and I'm going to toss it over to Steve. Steve, you get Vernon's text message, and we focus in on your phone as you text back, "On my way," or whatever it is that you do say.
Yeah.
So what do you say, and when the camera pans up to your face, where are you and what are you doing?
Little busy. Call you back. I text. And then I look back up across the table of the darkened corner of the diner that I'm sitting in with my prospective client. And I say, no, you don't understand. These books are the real deal, written by white council members from way back. They don't know I have them. If they did, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'm telling you, one of these is worth 10 times what I'm asking. Where are you going? All right. Well,
And
I'll catch you next time.
Your would-be customer is walking away, I take it.
Yeah, he's leaving.
So give us a quick physical description of what we see. What do you look like?
What do I look like? I'm about 35, but I have the wear and tear of someone 20 years older than me. It looks as though I've been probably on the losing end of a lot of fights. I'm dressed in very bright colors. Oh, in fact, here.
Hey, there we go.
I have a a bright red shirt with like a Hawaiian floral thing over it, and I have a full-on like scarf tied around my neck.
Is it a scarf or is it an ascot?
It is a scarf.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm a very animated person. I have dirty blonde hair and a winning smile, and I'm just the kind of person that when you see me, you don't trust me, but somehow you want to listen to me. So I will text back to Vernon, you just cost me a deal.
Vernon, you want to text him back?
I just got you a new one.
All
Get
right.
over to the Disney Hall.
Fine.
All right. And so we'll go ahead and cut there. That seems like a good stopping point.
Yeah.
And so the other person who has responded back to your text message, Vernon, is Corwin. Corwin, you want to introduce, as you get this message into your phone, we see you take a look at it, and we pan up. Where are you, and how do you respond?
I am under the covers, having just gone to bed. After a night of relieving tourists of their
Wallets? Valuables? Phones?
yeah, all of the above.
Can there be just like a pile of Motorola razors all over the bed? Like you're sleeping under a pile of them?
That
Works
sounds right.
for me.
That sounds right.
All right. You get this.
Crack
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
one eye open, mumble, who the hell is texting me this early? And I see that it's my good friend Vernon. And I simply text back, do you know what time it is?
Thumbs are too big for these buttons.
2004 stuff.
Unfortunately.
What do you want?
Did she not? He types it all over again.
And this is like one of those flip phones where you have to like hit the button like
Three times
three
to
times
get to the
different
yeah.
letters. Yeah. All right. What do you know, Corwin? What would entice Corwin down? You do know that Corwin does love ripping off tourists, and Disney Hall is a big tourist attraction.
Not at 6 a.m., it's not.
It's an opportunity to case the joint.
Look, I don't have time for this. I will owe you one. I don't need the E. I will owe you on.
Fine.
And with that, Corwin, do you want to just give us a quick outro of how you go ahead and get ready to get out the door? Just in a sentence or less.
Toss the blankets off and all the phones go scattering. I grab my jacket because I still haven't bothered changing out of any clothes. And I head out the door.
All right. So, the team is assembled. Woohoo!
Woo.
So, you guys all do converge through the magic of cinema at the same moment on Walt Disney Hall. It's very easy to spot what's happening because there are a couple of cop cars with lights and sirens going, not in the main front entrance, but on the west side of the hall, where there is a stage entrance. There is a staircase leading up to kind of the second level. There's a balcony area on top. And from where you are across the street, you can see that there are a couple of police officers, just uniforms, standing guard at the base of the stairs. And there seems to be some activity going on upstairs. That said, though, based on what Hannah told you about this being a bloodbath and bodies on the floor that need to be cleaned up and taken care of, this scene has the quality, the aspect right away. It's quiet, too quiet. So Hannah is also there. She is a slight Asian woman. She has a buzz-cut hair and a seemingly unending supply of bomber jackets and color-coordinated sunglasses to go with them. She usually prefers color, but today she's in black. Black jacket, black sunglasses. She's flanked by 3 members of her pack who kind of get the impression, not the impression, you're pretty sure these are like the muscle who are here to back her up and what needs to happen. They're all kind of hanging back down the street, checking it out, trying to look inconspicuous. And none of them are really inconspicuous, though, but the cops just seem to be staring into space. So she waves you over when she sees you, Vernon, and Corwin, and Lenny. And she pulls you over. Vernon's like, okay, look, something weird's going on.
I'm sorry, before she pulls us
Yes.
over, can I say one thing to Vernon?
Yes, absolutely.
Vernon, I need you to pay the cabbie. Hey man, you called me here. I was busy. I didn't know I was coming here. You said it's urgent. I just didn't have my wallet with me. I need you to pay the cabbie.
It's funny, you didn't have your wallet on you last time either, Lenny.
Well, it's always an emergency when you call, isn't it, Vernon? I mean,
Where do you put your wallet?
I keep it in my bag, which sometimes I leave in my friend's car. Now, you said it was an emergency. You know, if you would schedule these things in advance...
Go talk to Hannah and tell her I'll be right there.
Okay, I'm going to go talk to Hannah.
Okay, so really quickly, Corwin and Lenny, do you guys know Hannah? It can be up to you. You may know her by reputation. You may decide that you know her personally, or you may have no idea who she is, or just know when Vernon points and says Hannah, that, oh, that must be Hannah. She definitely looks like she's the one in charge of this group. Like, there's no question out of this little 4-person werewolf pack who the leader is.
Well, you know, Corwin and I have worked together before, and we definitely have a rep. It is even on our character sheets.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I feel like I've definitely met Hannah before.
Okay.
And probably run my mouth at her a little bit, maybe broken even on the deal.
All right. As she sees you approaching, oh, and Corwin, do you stay with Vernon or you go with Lenny?
I'll go with Lenny.
Okay.
But since I generally like to stick to the shadows, I am not personally familiar with Hannah. I know who she is, but, I try to avoid all that messiness.
Well, I will say this. Standing next to Letty or a couple steps behind him, it is very easy to fade into the background because he is pretty much the opposite in terms of wanting to attract attention. So the two of you walk over, and Hannah sees you coming, and you see her just kind of go like, and then kind of think about it and go, huh. Like, okay, yeah, I can see this. And so you come over to her, and while she's waiting for Vernon, she's going to start, like, look, this isn't right. Look, what did you say, Ben? And Ben, who seems to be like an 18-year-old boy, is like, look, they said, look, there were 8 of them on patrol, and they said they were in trouble, and that they said that James was dead, and then I heard screaming, and then they were gone. And she's like, okay, we got this. Listen, there should be a lot more cops here for dead bodies. Something isn't right. We need you to find out what's going on and why there's not a bigger cop presence and get rid of these guys. Can you do that, Lenny?
Get rid of the cops?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you right now, even odds, those cops over there, they're in some sort of white court trance. I can tell you that by looking at them. If they're being controlled, there's only so much I can do. If they're regular cops, I can get rid of them in 4 minutes. But, I mean, you're talking about a cleanup detail? That's not really what we do, me and Corwin. We're really more behind the scenes types. We cause problems, but not messy ones. This body cleanup, isn't that really more your thing?
Hey. And she's already like got an arm out because Ben starts lynching forward. She's like, nope. We will take care of our fallen comrades. Can you get in there and find out? There's something going. Look, there's a garden level up at the top. Can you find out what's going on? Can you? Is there any way? I agree that these guys do look mind controlled. We're gonna just go ahead and put that down as an aspect. Do you have anything you can do to try to break that control or figure out? They must be under a compulsion of some kind. If you can figure out what that compulsion is and find a way to satisfy it, maybe you can get rid of them. If you can figure out a way to break the compulsion, if any of you have something like that, you can do that as well. Or you can try sneaking up and seeing what's going on up there.
Question.
And seeing if we can if they're mind controlled, maybe we can just sneak past them and they won't even see you.
Question.
Yes.
Do I know what emotion the LA branch of the White Court feeds off of?
That's a great question. The LA branch is very unusual. It is known as House Isidros. It is a literal nuclear family with a large number of branches, people, different branches, but they actually are also a mix. They have both fear vampires from House Malvora, and they have lust vampires from House Wraith that kind of make their home. They kind of cycle in and out because LA is a great place to make a lot of money if you're a White Court vampire. And they even have some of the Despair vampires from Skava. So it's a mixed bag.
Okay.
Vernon comes up while these two are talking, kind of, if it's fair for him to have overheard some of what you're talking about.
You overheard that. Hannah is many things, but sneaky is not one of them.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Sneaking in is something we can do. Does anyone have any tricks up their sleeve for snapping them out of it?
I mean, I can probably attempt to sneak through and pretend I'm one of them.
Yeah, you can absolutely try that. I'm saying as the GM, not the DM. Same difference. But yeah, you can.
Maybe it'll trigger them, maybe not.
Mm-hmm. How practiced are you with that trick?
Fairly?
I'm not in love with this confidence right now, Corwin.
Do you have anything better?
Corwin is not well versed in projecting confidence, but let me tell you something. I have confidence in her. She is the best. If anyone can get in there, she can. Especially with you and me backing her up. Right, Corwin?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Hannah sighs and looks at her watch again, because it's 2004 and people still wore watches. And she says, look, whatever you guys are going to do it fast, because this may actually have bought us some time, but eventually the real cops are going to notice that some of their guys have gone missing.
Lenny,
Yeah, Vern?
why don't you get up there and start running your mouth at these people? Corwin, slide around behind once he's got their attention. Sound good?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, so as you approach, really quickly,
Point of gaming order.
Yes.
If I decide to use my glamour for this,
Yes.
I would have to mark
Called.
one of called, right?
Yes, that sounds correct. Let me pull it up.
From what
For the
I'm reading.
record, Vernon 1000% assumes you're going to use your glamour. He's not sending you in there with the assumption that you're going to look like a sneak thief.
Okay, good, because yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
But he also far prefers you using yours to him using his.
Yes.
Fair.
So just to describe the zone a little bit better, what you guys see is this is the west side of the building. There is a stage door facing the street that is a small human-sized door set into this giant steel edifice of floating steel panels. And then about 50 feet to the south of that is the entrance to it's a small outdoor staircase that's kind of hidden from the outside behind, again, a wall of steel that goes upwards towards and curves around the building, goes south and east towards the building's south side. It's not a major entrance, again, not like a guest entrance, but it's just like a quick, fast way to get up there. And the rest of the building is just solid wall of steel.
All right.
There are also other sides of the building, but this is where the cop presence seems to be focused, and it's probably a good place to start.
All right. So I'm going to look around the ever-present crowds of downtown LA looking for someone I know, and I'm actually going to mark a box of heat.
Great.
And use my criminal favors stunt to find a local car thief that I know.
All right.
I'm going to roll up to him and say, hey, Benny.
What is it, Lenny? Hey, what are you doing here, man?
Listen, you see those cops over there?
Yeah, man. He clicks open a Red Bull and chugs it.
Benny.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
I happen to know that someone slipped all those cops a whole bunch of opium. Someone put it in their weird cop water bottles. I don't know. Listen,
What?
you see how they look
Oh,
at
I
them.
thought you meant like they got a bust where like they brought a whole bunch of opium in their trunk.
No, I mean those cops right now are high. Look at them.
What?
Look at them.
What?
Look at how they're just
Oh,
staring.
yeah, they are totally high, aren't they? That's weird.
Benny, you want to be a legend? You
Yeah.
want to be a legend right now?
Yeah.
Go steal one of their cars. Go steal a car. Go, you steal one of those cop cars right now, I bet you can get 5 blocks before they even notice.
Benny sits back, he thinks about it. Do we need to have you roll on this one, do you think? Or shall we just go ahead and...
It's up to you. I mean, I can try and convince him with guile. His appearance was the stunt.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to give this one to you.
Okay.
Where Benny is just like, all right, yeah. Distract him for me.
You're a legend, Benny. You're a legend.
All right. And he's getting out his tools. He finishes his red pull, chucks it, and starts sort of casually strolling down the street.
And I'm going to walk the other direction in plain view of the cops and just go, "Repent, sinners, for the end is nigh! Tomorrow, I tell you, tomorrow, all of you will be stricken down for your copious sins," etc.
Do you approach the cops?
Yeah, I gradually get closer to them. They're kind of in a line along the edge of the street, right?
There are 2 cops guarding the edge of the staircase.
Okay.
The bottom of the staircase, and that's all that you see. They're both kind of standing.
Oh, I
at
thought there was a lot
attention.
more than that.
No, just 2.
Oh, that's a lot easier. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to not approach them, but I'm going to sort of obliquely get closer to them.
As soon as you get within, say, 50 feet, they start watching you, just silently, without saying anything, and just tracking you. And they're like checking out every now and then, but keeping a definite eye on you.
Okay, and I'm not addressing them. I'm addressing the world.
Oh yeah.
But I will, when I notice them looking at me, I will continue my motion to get further away from them now.
Okay. Right.
Do they stop watching me after I get to a certain distance
Yes,
away?
after you're 50 feet away, but they are still watching the street, and Benny from the other end looks at you like,
I'm going to get back closer to them again and wait for them to stare at me. And I'm actually going to point at them and say, "You fine gentlemen, I know you love justice and law and righteousness, but you have hidden sins. For all men sin, and tomorrow your sins will be called to account. Fall to your knees and beg forgiveness."
"Sir, please move along. Nothing to see here."
"There is plenty to see here. Behold the greed of man. Behold the ostentatiously of the Disney family. Did you know this was paid for with the man's own personal estate? The gigantic Disney Corporation did not pay for this building. One man had this much money."
All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll for Benny.
All right.
That is an ideal. Yeah, the cops definitely have the aspect of distracted. So, so Benny's going to go ahead and roll. All right, so 1s and 2s are minuses. A 3 is a
Blank.
blank, thank you, and a
4 is also a blank.
4 is also a blank. So Benny doesn't do so good. He has a +2, and you give him, because the cops are distracted, we're going to call that creating an advantage. You created an aspect on them of distracted.
Okay.
And so
So does that mean they get a -2?
I believe it does. We're going to go with that. The cops get a -2 for being distracted.
Sure.
I believe that's how you invoke. We're making this up as we go along. It's great. It's going to get really fun when we get into the big stuff.
Yeah.
All right. You and... nope, you know what? Let me take a look. You know what? We're just going to go with it for the time being. So, Lenny has a... he cancels out, and that's I can't do math.
-2. He got a -2
He got a
on his roll,
-2.
but you gave him a +2
I gave him a
for
+2,
being Benny.
so he's at 0. The cops are going to roll for attentiveness.
Yeah, and they got
a
0 as well.
They got a 0 as well, and with a -2 from your invoke or from your aspect you created on them, Benny does a terrible job. This is one of the worst steals you've ever seen Benny do. He's like walking up, whistling, and awkwardly leaning against the car while he
Always
jimmies it
covering
open.
this guy's ass. Never use him for a real job. Never.
And he gets in, and he peels off.
And in the middle of my sentence, I'm going to go, "Behold, another sinner has stolen your very vehicle!"
And the cops both kind of like freeze, like they're look at each other like it's just like cop.x has broken. and after a moment, they go sprinting for their car, and the other car and get in and chase after Benny. And the staircase is clear. And I'm going to look up how to do an invoke, because we're probably going to want to know how
You're
to do
supposed
that.
to spend a fate point to do an invoke.
But you get a free one. You get a free invoke of it when you create it after
That's
a successful
true.
roll.
Okay. All right. Well, what are you guys doing?
All right. So the staircase is clear. Corwin, while this is going down, what do you want to be doing? Are you trying to sneak in as well while Lenny's getting rid of the cops?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of like sidle up to, in my full glamoured pig regalia.
What regalia?
Cop
as
regalia.
a cop. Okay. I completely forgot what that meant in that context. I'm like, huh? Why are you dressed like a pig? Okay, carry on.
And I'm going to kind of scope out what the rest of the cops are doing.
All right.
While attempting to look as zoned out as possible.
All right. So now that that Lenny has cleared the stairs, you can see that up the top of the stairs, that seems to be where the rest of the noise is coming from. Do you go ahead and go up the stairs?
Yep.
Okay. So you go ahead, you reach the top of the stairs as it curves around, and as it does, you walk out, and what you find is you are in the Blue Ribbon Garden. This is a large tiered garden. It's a level up from the street, of the street level, and it's a small park, basically. Very beautifully landscaped, very high-end, very fancy. At the moment, there are 4 cops, all sort of stationed at every entrance. 2 at the entrance you're coming up, and 2 at the entrance that is from the west side. And then there are 2 more people. There are 2 CSI agents or officers on the scene. In the center of this garden is sort of a little circular labyrinth type layout on the pavement. And across the pavement, you do see there are what look to be... Just write this down. So there were 8. There are what looks like 3 bodies on the ground. There is no blood that you can see, but they are definitely dead. And the CIA officers, you notice immediately, instead of taking pictures and, putting out little numbers and things, they actually seem to be going through and looking for evidence and picking it up and putting it in bags without labeling it. They are in fact cleaning the scene, not recording it. When you get to the top of the stairs, you do see the 2 cops that are zoned out and looking out for or outsiders. The same time they see you, and they say, "Stop, citizen. Please walk away. Nothing to see here." And then they blink and they look at each other. Stop, fellow officer. The scene is taken care of. You may go about your business.
I'm going to go ahead and turn around so that I'm not facing them.
Okay.
And just stand at the top of the stairs.
Alrighty.
As if I'm kind of like them.
Okay. They look at each other kind of oddly, but they seem to accept it. And you successfully imitate their behavior. I'll give that to you for free. Yeah, you easily sort of blend in with them, and they're just like, okay. And they accept you without even needing to make a roll. Lenny and Vernon, what do you want to do? Is there anything you want to do while Corwin's at the top of the stairs?
Well, while this all got started, definitely leaning over to Hannah and just being like, I would never admit it, but I do kind of like watching his crazy antics.
She kind of looks back over her shoulder at the younger werewolves behind her, and she leans over and is like, I know exactly what you mean. And then she kind of rubs her hands and says, well, you got rid of the first two. You want us to take out the rest?
Run that by me one more time.
And Ben leans out. She said, do you want us to kill them? We'll take them out. Look, if they're just mind drones, nobody's going to miss them.
Somebody's going to. Look, the crazy kids seem to have it under control. Just...
So yeah, I'm going to run up the steps and say to all three of the cops that I see there, guys, your buddy sent me to tell you someone stole their car.
And they just kind of give you, and they say, stay back, citizen. The situation is under control. Please move on.
No, there's a different situation. They said it was a 4 something. Someone stole a police car right down there.
Stay back, citizen. The situation is under control. Please go about your business.
I'm going to look over at Corwin.
I just kind of wink at you.
And I'm going to sigh. And I'm going to charge straight into the scene.
Okay. All right, go
Running
ahead.
Running directly between the two cops.
All right, here we go. Then the cops are both going to move to block you, to physically block you from the scene before you can get past them.
Okay.
So I guess you're going to be rolling for an action. Would you like to roll to create an advantage, or... Let's see.
I would like to create an advantage for Corwin.
All right.
I am distracting both the cops and the CIA.
CSI.
CSI? You said CIA several times.
Did I? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's CSI.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
Crime Scene Investigators. I'm sorry. I'm tired. It's not even 9:20 yet. It's gonna be a game.
It's all right. So
all right,
I'm creating an advantage, and I am doing it with flair.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. See that one. So those two. No, these are minuses. That's a blank. That's a plus. So I got a -1, but then I'm +2 from flair, so it makes it a +1.
Okay. And so let's see. The cops are going to roll against that. I'll roll on this. We'll roll for both of them in 1. So that's going to be +1 for the cops. But you rolled with flair, and so they are going to, let's see. Yeah, that's going to be a +1 to them. So they're actually going to win on that. They're +2 because they're going to respond with force.
Okay.
They've got just a basic +1 to force right now. And so they are...
So they're not distracted because they hit me so hard?
Yeah, well, they successfully just, together, they just shoulder to shoulder and just repel you backwards.
Okay.
And so this is, because you were trying to create an aspect on them of distracted.
Yeah.
So you don't create the aspect. You can actually decide. You can either fail to create the aspect altogether, or you can create the aspect, but the cops will get an invoke on it against you.
I will take the latter.
Okay.
So I'm distracted now?
Yes. So all of you guys are distracted. So Lenny, you are scuffling with the cops on the staircase.
Okay.
And so when it's their turn, they will have a opportunity. So I guess we're going to put this down on the mind-controlled cops. Okay.
Okay.
So if you want to add that over there. And so that's your action. Corwin, what would you like to do?
Let's see. I think.
So you can spend a fate point to use this distracted action that Lenny has created to kind of slip in deeper. You can also just try to basically use guile on them right now.
We have 3 fate points, right?
Yes, you guys all have 3 fate points.
Because oddly enough, that's not on the character sheet.
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah.
There's no, like...
Because you buy in, because you get a point if I invoke against you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can use... But only Lenny's distracted, right?
Yeah, I'm the only distracted one right now.
I think that the way I interpret the rules is that the cops are distracted, but so is Lenny.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to get right by me.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump into the fray, as it were. And I'm going to go ahead and pretend that I'm also trying to restrain Lenny while attempting to free him. De-arrest him, if you will.
Okay.
I just did all this so you could get in.
Well, I mean, there's nothing really for me to get into.
Are we...
Like, you can see everything from the stairs.
Are we trying to claim these bodies?
Yes.
Just to clarify. Okay, so we're trying to
Mm-hmm.
leave with the bodies.
I thought we were trying to clear the cops away from the bodies
Yes.
so that the werewolves could
can
clean
get
them
up. Yes.
Okay.
You're trying to clear the way so the werewolves can get up.
So if I just get arrested by these two, that's two fewer cops.
Yeah. I will say this. While this is happening, well, here, let's resolve Carolynn's first.
Okay.
So you are going to do basically an attack on the cops, but you're going to lead with guile instead of with force, because you're trying to be sneaky and take one of them out. As I understand, you can attack. I would say you can only attack one at a time.
Yeah.
Instead of like attacking them as a group.
Yeah, and basically trying to attack one of them while making it look like I'm going for Lenny.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
So go ahead and roll for me. You're gonna roll your.
My 4 6-sided die, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Let me bring up a dice roller.
Yep. You also have. 'Cause
2,
you can
3,
invoke
4.
your stunts for free, right? Or is a stunt? Well, hold on.
So do I add the guile? So do I add my plus whatever to
Yes.
each roll?
Yes.
Okay, so 8, 7, 9, and 9.
What? You're rolling...
No. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you roll the. You don't add the 3 to every roll. You add the 3 to the total.
Oh,
So,
okay.
So how
I'm
many
very
1s and
confused.
2s did you get?
0.
Okay, how many 3s and 4s did you roll?
1, 4.
1, 4. And how many 5s and 6? 3?
1, 5, 2 6s.
Okay, so you got a +2, and with your guile, that's +5. Yeah, there's no way the cop can avoid that, so he's gonna roll. Let's see.
Hi, Trappy.
Yep, he actually is going to get a -1 +1 to his force, and so yeah, he takes 0. So you right off the bat, like, you get your elbow right into his kidney, and he
Excellent.
and staggers, and you've already reduced him to quite a lot of stress, and he's sort of like shaking his head, and as he's on his knees trying to figure out what's happened, and again, it's like he just can't figure out what's going on. So that is that's your action. Vernon, to cut back down to you, something you notice from your perspective, you're still on the street with Hannah, and you saw the cop car, the cops get in their car and go chasing after Benny.
Mm-hmm.
And then you notice, though, that as soon as the cops get 50 feet away, like, their driving is very mechanical, but as soon as they get 50 feet away, the car suddenly brakes, and then, boom, the lights and sirens go on, and like, it's on. And you think that was the moment that the mind control snapped. As soon as they cleared the building, physically cleared the space of the building, they woke up. Do you want to take any action right now? You can probably hear Lenny going, ah!
That is the exact sound.
And the other cop going, ooh! That's up above you.
I should have taken I'm too old for this shit as an aspect.
Yes.
Can I make some kind of intellect check or something to predict that it was going to get to this point so that we can save some time getting up the stairs?
Yes, you can absolutely already be up the stairs. I'm fine with that. You can be backing Lenny up.
Okay. Knowledge check here. How likely, because he's spent a lot of time monster hunting, how likely does he think invoking Hannah Chen's muscle is going to just kill these innocent cops?
He thinks it's pretty likely. There's a reason Hannah reached out to you to handle this problem. If she wanted these guys dead, she could do that. Her people could handle that. Even though it is, well past dawn at this point. So it would be
There are lots of witnesses and things?
Actually, no. Once you are up off the street, it is completely hidden from the street. Nobody can see what's going on in this garden. I will add as well, have you gotten up to the point where you can see over this scuffle into the garden?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So you can see as well the CSI officers are technicians. That's the word I was looking for. CSI technicians have gotten a couple of body bags out as well and are starting to load the 3 bodies, none too delicately, into the body bags.
Is his read that these people are also mesmerized, or that the beat cops are mesmerized and these guys are...
Yes, these guys are not, this is definitely not a normal crime scene procedure. These guys seem to be cleaning the crime scene instead of, investigating it.
So so Vernon's 2 colleagues are occupying the one police officer who remains where he is, right?
Yes.
And then another one's been dropped by Corwin?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So Vernon, making haste but not really running because it's against his idiom, sidesteps this melee, steps out into the open, pulls a 12 gauge just out of his coat because he's never empty-handed.
Yes.
And just says, "Thanks for packing those up for me, boys. I think I'll take it from here."
Nice. Okay, so I'm going to have you go ahead then and roll Guile. I think there's 2 actions in there. One is to sidestep the police and the scuffle, and one is to... it sounds like you are trying to convince the cops that you are in charge.
No, I'm trying to convince the cops that I'm going to fill their face with buckshot if this doesn't go my way.
Okay. All right, so let me have you roll... Let's see. You can...
For any police officers listening to this, I would never do this. Please don't.
Yeah. I know.
It's a game.
It's a game. They're mind controlled. They're not real.
They're vampires in town.
Yes.
Werewolves across the street.
So I can have you go ahead. You can decide if you are going to use, I'll say, well, you can use focus, or if you want to use force to do it, I'll let you do it. I think you can make that case. If you want to use haste or focus, you can just based on your description. Yeah.
It's definitely an attempt for intimidation. He's very against the idea of actually hurting innocent mortals, though the people doing this don't seem innocent. They seem like they're in on it. So yeah, I'll definitely try force. It's 4d6, but with the qualities that you told me about before.
Yes.
Oof. Okay. Well, he got -2. Does the never empty-handed aspect, does that play in the having of the weapon?
That can be. I think just the fact that you have it is the aspect. It doesn't give you a bonus to your roll necessarily. Because the
You've
roll
pulled
is
your mic off.
What's that?
You've pulled your mic off.
Oh no.
It's busted out of the clip. You gotta push it back in.
There we go.
All right.
Thanks for catching that.
Hello, friends in the chat. I see you all.
So you rolled a -2.
And then with force, that's a +1 total.
Oh, okay. So +1 total. If you want, you can spend a fate point to invoke distracted, or to invoke any of the other aspects that you think would be that you can make a case for. I guess that would be that they're mind controlled. You can try using that against them. You could use it's quiet too quiet.
Work hard, play hard.
Mm-hmm.
They're the kind of people who are rolling with white court vampires. I'm guessing that they have not had an easy night already, and they probably aren't really looking forward to the potential of a firefight when this guy is pretty much just looking to divest them of some bodies.
Okay. Mark off a fate point then. Would you like to have either a +2 to your roll, or would you like to do a re-roll of all your fate points? Or all your fate dice? Or you can impose a -2 on your...
he can decide that after he rolls, right? I believe that's the way it works. Because he won't have any idea whether it's better to do +2 or a re-roll until after he rolls.
Sure, why not? Yeah, if you want to re-roll and see what you get.
Oof. It's identical. Whether I take the +2 or take the re-roll, it gets me up to a neutral roll, which gives me a result of +3.
All right. And so the cops are gonna roll. I don't know why I keep picking up more dice. Just have it. Okay. And so this is...
That's a +2 on dice.
It's a +1.
These are blank.
No, this
One,
is
one.
no. The 2 is a -1.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a +1 for the cops, and they actually have a -1 to the what is the equivalent here? To their focus. So yeah, you are going to go ahead and deal, as a group, you're going to deal 4 stress. That is, no, it's 3 stress to all of them, and okay. And one of the CSI technicians stands. They both actually no, both of them stand up and look to you, look to the gun, say, "Are you in charge here?" In unison.
I am now.
And look at each other. And they are waiting for orders.
So, is the other cop still grappling me?
Yes, the other cops are still grappling you, and before Vernon takes his what?
Corwin elbowed one of them.
Yes,
So the
Corwin
other
took
guy's
out
got
one
me,
of
right?
them, and he's gone down. The other one's still grappling you,
Okay.
and he is actually one more thing's going to happen because the cops haven't gone yet. The CSI guys, Vernon, you've got them pretty much under control, but the cops are going to go ahead and invoke. They're going to take their free invoke of distracted on Corwin. And Corwin, as you're grappling with that one police officer, you don't see the other 2 from the west side come sprinting over.
You said Corwin, you meant Lenny, right?
Yes, I did, Lenny.
Okay.
And tackle you. And all 3 of them are going to come at you at once.
So that's a -2 to my defense roll.
Yes.
I'm gonna defend with haste, I guess.
Yeah.
Just dodge out of the way.
All right. And the cops will attack as a group.
Can I aid him in that?
Yes.
I got a +1 total.
All right. Well, the police had a.
Oh no, it's
Is
a
that
-2,
including
isn't
your -2?
it? Let's see. So that's 1, and that's -1. These are blank. So that's 0.
Mhm.
I went with haste, so it's +1. Oh, I got a 0. I got a -1.
A -1?
I got a +1 from
Wait.
my haste and a -2 from the invoke. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the cops have a -2 and up to a -1, so they also rolled terribly. So
But then
that
Corwin's assisting.
is, yes, and Corwin,
Yeah.
how would you like to assist?
I kind of want to, since I'm also grappling Lenny, I kind of want to pull him or like shove him out of the way where it looks like I'm wrestling him, but I'm moving him out of the way of the 2 cops.
Yes.
Are you Jackie
Nice.
Channing Lenny?
Yes,
All
I
right.
am.
So go ahead and roll. You just have to roll against a -1 with guile, and you can add a +1.
It says
What?
if
sorry.
she helps me, it just means she gives up her action in exchange for giving me a +1.
Oh,
So
all
it
right.
makes my -1 into a 0.
All right. Well, then the cops fail in their attack, and so there is no effect. They just come charging at you guys, but in the kind of the tight cluster, with Corwin's help to kind of elbow them to the side and pull you out of the line of fire. It's the 2 of you versus 3 remaining officers.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and yell, "Unhand me! I have diplomatic immunity!"
All right. Is that your move? Are you trying to use
Yeah,
guile?
yeah, I'm trying
right.
to, what would that overcome, I guess, with guile. And I'm going to say, They say, I have diplomatic immunity. I'm the ambassador from Prussia. Let go. I guess I should roll on that.
Yes. So what exactly are you trying to accomplish? You trying to get them to let go of you?
I'm trying to get them to let go of
Okay.
me and stop trying to arrest me.
So I would say that you can do that if you're creating the aspect of confused.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm doing that.
yeah.
Blank, blank, minus, plus, and my guile makes it a +3.
All right. What does one roll best against guile? Perhaps I should have. Is that a focus or a?
Actually, I'm going to spend a fate point
Okay.
to add 2 to my roll to make it +5 by invoking a liar with a heart of gold, my aspect.
Sure. Okay. Well, before you do that,
Yeah.
because what was your roll?
3.
Well, these guys
Broke even
have
on the dice.
these guys have 0, so you don't need to
Okay.
do.
Would I have known that before, though?
Yeah, I'll let you take it back.
All right.
That's fine.
Don't worry, you're still a liar with a heart of gold to me.
Yes.
I know it.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to invoke something.
Okay, so you have successfully. You'll have time. We gotta speed this game up a bit, but
Yeah. So they let go of me?
so yes, they do let go of you, and the CIA technicians turn and in unison say,
CSI.
"What?
CSI.
Didn't I say CSI? I swear I said CSI."
Guys.
No,
No.
CIA all day long.
What? Okay, that's crazy.
Okay, I will say though, you said CSI the very first time
Thank
you
you.
said anything about
Yeah.
them. After that, though, it was CIA.
All right. Well, we do what we can.
I mean, you can just pivot and make it the CIA.
Sure. Well, in unison, the two CSI technicians, who might be CIA, who knows? CIA, who knows where the CIA has people? Not in the U.S. legally.
Supposedly not
'cause
here, but you never-
CIA is
yeah.
forbidden for operating within U.S. borders. But whatever they are,
Sure they don't.
they turn around and they say in perfect unison, "Stand down. The boss is here."
And I'm
And
going,
the cops immediately stop and turn to you, Vernon.
and I'm gonna strut over to Vernon and be like, "Thank you, Vern. This is my bodyguard, Vern. He steps in when things get weird like that. Anyway, these are our people. You guys can take 5."
Why don't
And
you all
then-
get back and go ahead.
No, you go
Sorry.
ahead.
Why don't you all get back into the paddy wagon, head back to the department.
Yes, sir. And they all just file out down. They split without hesitation. The two of the cops and the technicians go to the west. The other 2 cops go to the east, and they are gone. And about a minute later, Hannah, you hear the noise, heavy footsteps up the stairs, and Hannah and her people arrive. And Hannah's looking around and like, well, that was interesting. But Ben lets out just this moan when he sees the bodies on the ground. And none of the werewolves are looking happy. That's for sure. Hannah kind of gives him a look and points to the body bags, and it's like, we have to get them out of there. We'll take care of them. But the first thing is we have to protect the pack. They would want that. And Ben nods. But he looks around, he's like, where are the others? And Hannah says, what are you talking about? There were 8. There were 8 in the squad that were coming out here. There's only 3 bodies. There's just Javi and Mia and Dave. Where are the other 5?
These are the 3 that were up here when we arrived.
And as he says that, you hear a little click behind you, and the glass door to the lobby opens, and a small woman in a sweater and like a very librarian-y dress looks out. It's like, oh, thank God, are the cops gone? Those guys weren't real cops, were they?
No,
Hi.
ma'am, they weren't.
Oh my goodness. Are those bodies? Oh my goodness. You have to help them. They took the other 5. Or however many there were.
Who took them? Where?
And Ben says, "Who took them? Where?"
I got
And
this,
she's
man.
like, and she kind of ducks back inside, and
I'm gonna just step in between Ben and her.
yeah.
I'm gonna be like, "Don't worry about my friend. He's a little upset for obvious reasons. Let me introduce myself. I am Leopold. I'm the ambassador of Prussia, and these are some old friends. And I'd just like to know what you're talking about."
She gives you a very weird look, and as she does, she's going to, but she does kind of step out a little bit more. She's still got her hand on the door, so she can like get back inside and presumably lock it if she needs to. But as she steps into the sun, you see that her hair, that looks kind of like this big, messy, curly brown, it's kind of been tried to pull back into a bun that it's escaping from, is actually got little roots and tendrils wound through it. Very, very subtle. You'd have to know what you were looking for, but you are pretty sure, certainly Corwin, you are very sure this is another summer changeling. And
Oh.
she says,
Oh, right. Forget the ambassador thing. That was for the cops. Don't worry about that.
She says, "Yeah, that's what I thought. Listen, this," and she kind of looks past to the werewolf pack and to Hannah, and she says, "The surviving ones," and she says, "Look, I only just got here a little while ago, and I don't know exactly what happened. I kind of caught the tail end. They've got us working around the clock trying to get ready for the big concert tomorrow. But yeah, I heard it and I came out here. There were the vampires were fighting these guys, and I saw them. They were trying to take them alive. And they had to take out 3 before they took down the other 5. But yeah, they look, I didn't see much. I saw there was a fight. I saw out the front side, I saw them kind of dragging them off down into they had one of those big white like plumber vans that people have down on the side. But yeah, the vampires have been all over this building. They don't like it. They don't like it. It's because it's ours, and they've been trying to get in here for weeks, for months.
I'm sorry. It's ours?
Yeah.
Summer courts.
Okay, didn't get the memo on that. That's
So
okay.
really quickly, to kind of back up a second and give you guys a little bit of context, the Summer Court is probably the second biggest presence in the city. They control the central coast of California, all the way down to Malibu, though their biggest concentration is, of course, in Summerland. That is north of LA County. But just by virtue of numbers, they do push down into the city itself. And they tend to, while the White Court tends to cluster around the more commercial arts, the Summer Court does prefer the more classical side of things. Classical music, the museums, things like the live theater is a strength of theirs. So yes, this does make sense. And even as she says that, the sun kind of inches up another few degrees and hits the building, and it is just blinding light off the side of those giant reflective steel panels.
Okay, that makes sense now.
Ma'am, he produces a pencil and a notebook because he's never empty-handed.
Is it half of a
you could-
pencil that's got like some teeth marks in it?
Oh, the eraser's just done.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to give us a description, something a little specific about any of the parties that you saw here? And what other attacks or harassment have you suffered since this place has opened up?
Oh yeah. But even as she says that, Ben swings forward and it's like, "Are we gonna take this? Hannah, it's past time. We can't let the White Court do this. Look, they targeted us. Look, our guys came here because we got a report that there was a werewolf being attacked out here. This is an act of war." And Hannah's like, okay, I understand that. We are not going to let this go unanswered. We are not going to let the White Court walk over us, but we're also not going to walk into a trap. And then she looks at you, Vernon, and she looks at the woman, the changeling, and you have, Vernon, just a second to realize what's about to happen and what Hannah's about to do to you before she goes ahead and says, "Vernon's going to investigate this for us. He's a neutral party. He's going to look into it. Look, this is what he does. We're going to wait, and we're going to get the facts. You understand?" And she's pointing to Ben, and Ben doesn't look happy, but he's backs down. It's like, just, and she kind of gives you and Vernon, she looks to you and kind of mouths, "Sorry."
And I'm gonna turn to everyone and say, "Yeah, you know what? Vernon is a great guy for this kind of job. Vern, good luck." And I'm gonna turn and start walking away.
Vernon and all of his associates, you've seen how they are, they can handle this without making waves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go get a car.
You know, I feel like you still have some back pay about that taxi.
Right. How much was that?
Hold on, let me pull up my charts here. That's exactly one investigation, Lenny.
Okay, but that's the one that I'm doing for you now. That's why I came here.
I seem to remember a lot of yelling about Prussia. I don't seem to remember a whole lot of investigating.
Okay, let's do a count of how many cops are at the bottom of the stairs. I see 0.
And she looks at all of you and says, "Listen, 24 hours," and she looks back to Ben, 24 hours, and resolve this. Find out for us if this really was what happened here, who was responsible for the bodies, and find our missing people. And the Downtown Pack will owe each of you a major favor. Establish the facts, and we'll owe you a minor favor.
So I'm gonna
Bring my people back alive. Major favor, personally, to each of you.
I'm gonna spin around to the girl in the door. I'm gonna say, "What's your name again?"
Oh, I'm Siobhan. I'm Siobhan Brown.
Okay.
Hello, I'm one of the program managers.
Okay, Siobhan.
Yeah.
I'm Lenny Bradshaw. Have you heard of me?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't really. I'm not really like. I don't do like the big stuff. I just like I'm just actually really good at like running an orchestra.
No,
and
that's
running
fine.
a-
That's
a
fine.
concert hall.
It's fine.
They don't really have me
No.
like out there.
Siobhan, shut up.
Okay.
Listen. I need to know exactly what you saw.
Okay. All right, and so this is what Siobhan tells you that she saw. She was here at 5 a.m. With there was a party of workmen arriving that she was getting the building, she was opening up the building for them. And as they were getting set up, she heard the sounds of a fight coming from the balcony, or from the garden, that is. She does admit that once you kind of pin her down, she does admit she didn't actually see vampires. But what she saw, she was too far away. She wasn't getting closer enough to see the fight. But what she saw was people, 3 people fighting off 8 Hexenwolf, which is the type of werewolf that these 8 people were, which is basically they have magical belts. The Downtown Pack encompasses many different types of werewolves. Yeah. And the fact that these 3 people were ably taking them down, to her indicated they were most likely vampires, and especially the way in which the werewolves went down, where they aren't necessarily bloodied, but they seem to be drained. That to her said, she is pretty confident that it was vampires, White Court vampires. And she saw on the security cameras them taking the bodies down the stairs to the stage door side of the building and piling them into a van and driving off.
Do those security tapes have clear imagery of said van, and specifically its license plates?
That's a great question. And she's going to kind of wave you in, and she's going to let the 3 of you, just the 3 of you, not the werewolves, into the building.
I'm going to close the door behind us and say, we've got this covered, guys.
Okay.
Click.
So let me go ahead and pull up the rules for investigation here really quick.
And for the record, Corwin is definitely just kind of hanging back.
Yes. Yeah, she starts to close the door after these 2, and then you kind of like grab it right before she closes it. She's like, oh, hi. And do you just kind of slide your way past her?
What part of the hall are we in? What part of the building have we entered into now?
You are in the upper mezzanine level.
Okay.
So not the main lobby, but like sort of like a VIP lounge kind of, or open lounge kind of place. Like there's a bar over in the corner. It's empty right now, but it would be, this would be where people like guests come out and like get drinks during the intermission.
Okay.
And so she's going to walk you guys down through the hall. And the interior of Disney Hall, well, the outside is all steel. The interior is all wooden paneling, and it's all in waves. There's not a straight line in the place.
Yeah, it's weird.
And she, though, is going to, until she opens up a door hidden in the paneling, not like a super hidden door, but just like the stage door, and walks you guys into the backstage area. And here it's a lot more utilitarian. Like, there's a lot of straight lines for the orchestra members. So it's just a very functional, backstage area. And she walks you down to security, and the security guard she very easily just like, it's like, hey, Usnavi, I need to show my friends that tape. And he goes, whatever. Gets up and leaves, and he's taking out a pack of cigarettes as he goes.
Hey, it's Navi. Could I bum one?
Yeah, man, whatever.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tuck it in the shirt pocket.
And he just sighs heavily and goes. So, investigation.
I'm routinely amazed by the dedication to one's vocation in this city.
Yeah, he seems to be the exception to work hard, play hard, doesn't he? All right.
He's here 9 to 5. He works hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 7 o'clock. It's like, well, it's probably 7:30 by now. He's been here a while. He's almost done with his shift. Okay. There we go.
This would just be, excuse me, I think this would just be an overcome roll, wouldn't it?
Yes.
With
So
intellect?
you're just going to go ahead and take a look at this tape. And this is going to be a simple investigation to kind of figure out what you are seeing here. So let me have you go ahead and let's see. Investigation. Yeah, it's an overcome roll, but it's a very low one.
Okay, who's making it? Corwin? She's the one that asked about the tape.
You guys can all roll together, honestly. One person can roll and the other two can do a +1.
Okay. Who's got the best intellect?
+2 over here.
Same.
+1. So
Okay.
definitely not me.
You. I'll roll it. How about that?
All right. Lenny, you immediately sit down in the chair and kind of take over.
I know how to watch a tape. Done that before. Do I, though? Okay. 3 fails and a success. So you guys cancel out 2 of the fails. That makes me break even. My intellect makes it +2.
All right. So +2. Yep, that's enough. So you do watch the tape and you do pick up the license plate of the van. You can just sort of kind of get like the last letter and the second half of the plate. But more than that, with that roll, you can see as it takes off, it catches a reflection on the side of the building, and you can see that on the side of the van, there is actually a logo on the van that says it says Nightside Productions. It is not actually a plumber van, I will add. It is, in fact, a grip truck.
Yeah, it sounds
So,
like
as
a
you might
production
expect.
studio.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to my comrades and say, I cannot understand people who do crime in marked vehicles.
In fairness, it was mostly covered up. This is like it looks like it was whited out, like somebody tried to paint over it. It just happened to get hit by one of these bursts of sunlight off the building, and you can see it just hit it.
Trying
just
to paint
the right
over it
angle.
just makes it easier to tell which production truck it was.
Vernon just slaps Lenny on the back. Good work, Lenny.
Is this a good time to take our break?
Yes, this is a great time to go take our break.
All right.
So you guys will pick right back up in how many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right.
I'm glad to see all of my Dungeon Dudes Discord's friends in the chat, including
Yes,
Pretty
welcome.
Boy, Cody. If you're not already in our Discord, go check that out. There's a link to it below. And we'll be back in 10. It's
All right, thank you, guys.
10:04 here in California, so we'll be back at 10:14. We're back.
We're back.
Welcome back.
Oh, we are indeed.
That just sort of happened.
I
thought we
said
were
as soon
still
as the chewing was
talking
over.
about brownies, but okay.
As soon as the chewing was over. All right, here we are. Welcome back. We weren't eating anything.
We weren't eating brownies.
Actually, weren't.
Definitely we're not having any kind of chip snacks.
No, I'm not. I don't have a bag of goldfish. Just off camera.
I
don't
make no
have-
promises.
I don't have one tantalizing remaining bite food just in front of me.
All right, fine. Eat it.
It's fine. We'll keep going.
Okay.
For those who want a fun and exciting game ahead, find the moment in the next hour when I sneak that last bite of food. So moving forward.
You're wearing a lav mic.
I
I'll hear it.
am. Am I? Yes, I still am. It's tangled up the wrong way. Okay. So, you guys, after a I'm not even going to make you roll. Simple internet search, and Siobhan allows you to use her computer station. Nets you that Nightside Productions is a small, scrappy production studio that is known for doing sort of independent horror films. They range from the more artsy slasher films where the gore looks very pretty, right down through more exploitative, straight-to-video schlock, basically. They have a high output, and they seem to be doing pretty well for themselves by financial standards, if not artistic standards. You find that it is basically a shingle for a single producer, and interestingly enough, her name is Marissa Isidros Bell. And Isidros, you'll remember, is the name of the White Cord vampire family. They have an office out on the west side, and a little bit of research finds Marissa has a home address that is up in, where would it be? Temecula.
Wow, that's far.
Yes.
I'm assuming Corwin drives a motorcycle, right?
Obviously.
Okay. So I guess we're taking Vern's car.
I mean, unless you guys think you can fit on the back of their motorcycle, and hey, you know.
No,
I mean,
we're
we don't
going
have
in,
to deal
We've
with
done
traffic.
it before, but not with Vern.
we are going in Vern's land yacht Buick. I think that's
Nice. Yes, I kind of was picturing that being the car without you even, before
Yeah,
you even said it. I just
I
sort of
assumed,
assumed
yeah.
as much, yes.
Giant, back when cars were made of metal, everything square.
Do you want to give your car an aspect? Vehicles do have aspects in this. It's oldie but a goodie is kind of what I'm leaning towards.
you can do oldie but goodie. I was going to say flying slab of steel, but that works too.
I like yours, flying slab of steel.
There we go.
It is your car. Okay. So it is
so most of
Saturday,
these aspects
and by
are-
the time you finish this, it's probably getting on towards like 11 o'clock, honestly.
These are no longer in effect, right?
Yes, so you can go ahead and take off. It's too quiet, distracted, mind-controlled, and for the time being, we can put aside... You
We
still
don't
are
need
at
shiniest new building.
concert hall, but you can take that away. So you have a choice between going to the office or going to, well, let me rephrase. You have two locations you could find Marissa in, her office or her home. It is about 11 o'clock by now on a Saturday. Do you want to try to use investigation or any of your skills to figure out where she is before you get in the car, or do you want to just pick a location and try your luck? What would you like to do?
Hollywood movie producers, they don't not work. She'll either be at her office or her home office.
I can't
doesn't matter what
imagine.
day it is.
The real question is where the well, one of them is close and one of them isn't, right?
Yeah, the west side one you could probably get to in about an hour. The I said Temecula, right?
You did.
Okay, Temecula is probably going to be 2.5 to 3.
So for LA, does that mean it's like 2 miles away, or?
Yeah,
Yeah, Temecula is really out of LA.
yes.
Yeah, Temecula
It's
is
far
really
north.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit south of Malibu, or a little bit north
Well,
of Malibu.
But yeah,
Temecula?
the west side we could probably run to in
Isn't it? Am I
approximately
thinking
the
of the right
same
place?
time as driving.
No, Temecula is by Lake Elsinore.
Yeah, it's inland.
Okay, yes. Sorry.
So I am a little bit less savvy with LA. Is there any point in driving
Yeah.
to a place that you can walk to in the same time?
Yeah, I was being hyperbolic. We would have to drive.
Not according to the stories I've heard.
I mean, they're right, but I mean, it's far enough that it would be too tiring to walk that far.
It's the Oregon Trail to get to work every morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right, so Vernon gets people into his land yacht and suggests, let's go to the close one first, check it out, and then we'll roll on to Temecula if it doesn't pan out.
I'm really not looking forward to having to sit in traffic for 3 hours to get to Temecula.
yes.
Well, we're rolling the dice so we don't have to.
Let's do it.
All right.
The only thing we have are cassette tapes, and it's just the oldies.
That is not true. Because I
I'm
brought
gonna
my
invoke-
iPod.
I'm gonna invoke my aspect of always or invoke my my stunt of always armed and bring out a Discman.
I guarantee that
I
my car
accept
is
that.
not compatible with anything other than the onboard cassette player.
I assume
I have
she's
headphones.
She's wearing headphones.
Yeah.
Fair,
And
fair.
And I have a little speaker, and I'm just blasting my iPod, like turning down your radio without asking.
Two things. Before you leave, as you guys are heading out and arguing loudly about oldies tapes and Corwin's motorcycle, Corwin, Siobhan kind of plucks your sleeve and pulls you aside. She's like, you're like me, right? I can tell. It's hard to look at you. Like, your eyes just kind of slide away. Yeah?
Yeah.
Listen, what? Well, listen, let me, if you ever want to, I don't know, like, hang out, meet some others, like, there's a lot of other, changelings like us in the city. Like, you want to, like, and she kind of gives you, like, she writes down an email address on a Post-it and hands it to you, and it looks like it's her personal email address. It's like Siobhan 325 89
At Hotmail.
And, no.
Oh
yeah,
it's at Hotmail.
Yeah. Oh no, she's a Yahoo. She's definitely a Yahoo kind of person. But yeah, it's like Siobhan 325 85 at yahoo.com. Everybody email that and see who actually owns that email. No.
Yeah.
Hopefully nobody actually owns that email address, but
Imagine.
that'll be very.
We should go reserve it.
Okay. I'll open.
Have you heard of
email
Shadows of
address up.
Archonia? They're talking all about you.
All right.
SIOBHAN.
Yes.
By the way,
Well,
just
anyway.
325.
just to give Pretty Boy a hard time, since he's not here, I'd like to point out that the correct spelling of the word Archonia is on screen and has been the entire stream, and yet he spelled it wrong in the chat. Just when he catches up to this episode, he'll be mad at me.
If
Okay.
he watches it.
Yeah.
So, Carolyn, though, when she does this, what is your reaction? Do you take the email address? The post-it?
Yeah, I'll take the email address cautiously, gingerly, with 2 fingers.
Yeah. And as you do feel sort of a little thrill of fear go through you as you realize that this summer-affiliated person has seen you, knows your face, knows that you're here, and you are all too happy to get out of there and get into the back of Vernon's car. I kind of assume you're going to the back. You're not going to... That Lenny already called shotgun loudly.
Yeah.
And
Honestly, there's probably
I mean,
enough room
to
for
be
all of
fair,
us.
though, I am disguised as a cop.
Are you still glamored up?
She never dropped it.
Yeah, I never dropped it.
Yeah. But you feel like she recognized you for what you were.
Yeah.
Like, you were recognized. And so you are not feeling great as you get into the car and you guys head out.
As we are getting into the car, I'm going to say to Corwin, was she hitting on you?
No,
I think she was.
I don't think that was quite it.
All right.
Well, what was it about then?
I mean, she was hitting on her.
It was about others like us. You and me specifically.
What about you and him? What about me?
Well, you're not a changeling.
Oh, right.
Not
you
everyone
guys-
can be the ambassador from Prussia, Lenny. Puts it into gear and just starts rolling out.
Hey, don't knock what works.
Yes, DM?
Yeah. And as you all reflect that at no point did that work. I guess technically it did. You
Absolutely
did confuse
worked.
them.
They let go of me.
You can go ahead and take Young Scrappy Hungry off the board because we're out of there are no werewolves around. So as you guys pull up to the address, this is a, let me see. So it does take you about an hour and a half to get over to the west side. It is a busy Saturday and people are pouring out into the streets of LA looking for a good time, looking to hang out, get brunch, find a friend. So you fight your way through traffic over to a sort of a smaller industrial area in Santa Monica. And this is a little area where there's a lot of office buildings that are primarily creative driven. Lots and lots of little production companies, just like Nightside. As well as a couple of major ones. And as you drive past these huge, buildings that are just have one company on the door, and you pull up to this, you find the address, which has, it looks like, easily 20 offices in this building, according to the sign in the lobby. You realize, she may have the Isidro's name, but she may have her own production company, but you can kind of get a sense of scale. Like, she's not at anywhere close to the top of Hollywood. So as you are, do you want to go ahead? You do, I'm assuming, park the car, you find a space, walk up, get to the lobby, you find Nightside Productions right there on the 8th floor. Do you go ahead and go straight up, or do you want to, what's your approach?
Is there a security desk? Is there a security desk?
Yes, there is a security desk. The security, it is not staffed though on a Saturday.
Okay.
The building looks like it's supposed to be locked, but somebody's propped the door open.
Oh, it's that kind of place. Got it.
It looks a little run down. It looks like people don't really, like, there's a minimal effort has been made to upkeep. Like, there's some architectural digests from 5 years ago on a coffee table. There's a dusty plant in the corner and some old chairs, but the floor is old linoleum tile. The walls are kind of a off yellow color. The elevators look like they were installed in maybe the 50s and haven't really been upgraded since then. So, to be clear, modern elevators, but just very old.
It almost looks like it's a front.
Yeah, I think we should just head up.
Yeah. All right. You guys go ahead then. Hop into the elevator and...
Doesn't require a key or anything?
Nope. It opens.
Okay.
It certainly bounces you around as you head up. It starts with a jerk and ends with a fun feeling. And the doors are very aggressive in how they close on you if you aren't quick through them. But this is... I'm going to go ahead and just give this the aspect of old, unglamorous Hollywood. And when you get to the
Most
8th
of Hollywood.
floor, you do see, though, that when you get to the 8th floor, it is the top floor of the building, and it looks like Nightside does have the position of honor, as it were. It's the main doors are right off of the elevator lobby, big double doors. They are closed, and they appear to be, as best you can tell, well, they're closed, and there's a nice, discreet plaque that says Nightside Productions, Suite 800.
Do you want to do the talking, Lenny?
I mean, I don't have to. I know how to keep my mouth shut. Remember that time I kept my mouth shut all morning?
No.
But you make such a great ambassador to Prussia.
Okay, it was one time I couldn't think of a country. Should we open the door, or should we, like... All right.
You
For
do
you.
see, in addition to the big double doors in front of you, there are blank white hallways going in either direction. Just from kind of your sense, it looks like Nightside has most of this floor, so there might be side entrances in.
I'm
You
going
can
to just
certainly explore.
point you guys down the hallways to try and find, like, back ways in. And I'm going to open the doors and go right in.
It is locked.
Without checking to see if you did what I indicated.
You turn the handle and it's locked. That said, it's a very,
Corwin,
it's clearly a very flimsy
Yeah.
door.
did you leave at all?
No.
Okay.
So I have no idea what your pointing means.
All right. It meant, can you pick this lock, please?
Yeah, I can try.
Well, you can try better than I can.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, do you want to go ahead and try to pick the lock? That's going to be an overcome challenge.
So that's an intellect?
You could
Focus,
do
maybe?
focus, yeah, if you want to take your time and make sure you're doing it right. There's no hurry, so you might as well take a little extra.
Yeah,
Could
I'll
make
do
an
focus
argument
then.
for Guile, since she is being sneaky.
Up to you. Yeah, I would allow
I feel
Guile.
like focus is probably your best one right now.
All right, so 2, a 3, and 2, 5. So that's a negative, a neutral, and a 1 and a 1.
So you get a +1, and then your
My focus is +2.
Yeah, it's a very moderate level of lock. It's nothing fancy at all. You eat it for breakfast. Easily, click, door opens. Who opens the door?
Not I. I simply step back after I've clicked that lock.
And then I open the door. And again, I'm like, go check for other entrances.
You do that, and as you open the door, the lights, the motion sensor lights, flick on, and you see you are in sort of a mini lobby. It's much nicer in here than it is in the rest of the building. Clearly, somebody's put a lot of time and money. Very stylish, very modern. A couple places to sit, a reception desk, and sitting at the reception desk with his feet up on the desk is a kid who looks like an actor. Like, people who are actors, professional actors, have a certain look about them. This kid has got it.
A blonde actor or a brunette actor?
A blonde.
Okay.
Probably
I
like
know who this is.
probably early 20s. And you would say, and more than that, you would even say perhaps got boyish good looks. Starting to go a little bit to seed though, like the rest of the building. He's got his feet up on the desk. He seems to be surfing the internet. And he just kind of... You walk in, Lenny, gesturing to them, and look at him. And he looks back at you and just goes, "Can I help you?"
Yeah, you can get out of my office.
Okay. So what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to confuse him? Are you trying to create an advantage? Are you trying to create an advantage?
Look, I don't know, man. All I know is that playing it straight was not an option.
Nope. Let's go ahead and say that you are trying to create an advantage here.
Sure.
Which is, again, to...
A distraction, I guess, or a confusion.
Yes.
Distracted and confused. How about
Yes.
that? All right, I'm going to try and create an advantage with guile. Or flair. You decide.
I would say whatever's higher. You can go ahead.
I will do
I feel
guile.
like flair in this case, because you are not being sneaky. You're just trying to sail through this on sheer charisma.
Yep. That's a blank. That's a plus. These are 2 minuses. So that's a -1, and flair makes it +1.
Well, he is going to counter with intellect. He has -2 right off the bat, actually, so that is a 0 out, because he actually does have a +2 to intellect.
Okay.
So
he got 0?
So yes, he's 0'd out.
Okay.
0. Yep, so you succeed? What was yours again? Sorry.
I got a +1.
A +1? Okay, so yes, you succeed. And he has, once again, the status confused. And more than that, he just looks kind of, in addition to, he gives, it's like, dude, I think you should get out of here.
I'm gonna, as I spoke to him and
he's
said
standing up now.
as I spoke to him and said my office, I will have turned to the side a little bit to hide that I'm pulling my keys out of my other pocket. And when I turn back, I'm holding them as though I just unlocked the door with them.
Okay. You know what? Now I will allow you to go ahead and invoke that confusion that you've got on him. And
okay.
And go ahead and you can actually convince him, because you have presented a totally reasonable explanation.
Do you work here?
Roll for... go ahead and roll for an overcome.
Well, doesn't the roll I just did count? Or are we just adding the +2 for the invoke? Or is the invoke
I feel like you invoke on your next turn, because creating an advantage is one action, and then invoking it is...
Okay.
Because you use that on the next action.
So yeah, I will do that. To be clear, I'm not trying to convince him that he's in the wrong office.
Yeah.
I'm trying to convince him that I'm his superior.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So that's a +2 there, and with +2 from the invoke, that makes it 4. And I'm using guile at this point, right?
Yeah.
That makes it 7.
I would say, due to circumstances you can't convince him. I'll roll and see what he gets.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, he's screwed.
All I'm trying to do is distract and confuse.
0 and then a 1. So you definitely succeed in confusing the hell out of him, and he believes that you have the keys to the office, that you somehow have the keys. And he turns around and yells, "Mom! Some dude's here. He's got the keys to the office?"
I should say I have the keys to the office. My family owns this place.
"Really?" says a voice from down the hallway. And a woman walks into the room, and who seems to have gotten there with, shall we say, unnatural haste. And she is very tall. She is impeccably, even on a Saturday afternoon, absolutely impeccably dressed in silk blouse, tailored trousers, flawless maroon hair, and very, very red lipstick standing out against her ashy colored skin. That's very interesting to hear, because I was under the impression that my family owned this building. And she looks at you, and I don't think you're in my family.
Is this, I forget the name you said, but we know this woman, right?
Yes,
We know-
Marissa Isidro Spell.
Okay.
And she is right away going to try
I'll bet she
drop
is.
the whammy on you. So this is going to be 167. Bear with me. Okay. All right.
Cat.
Hello, Cat. Dr. Midnight would like to know what we're doing here. Okay.
Remember the mnemonic of the cat's meow. It'll totally stop the whammy from hitting you with the full. It's
That's
an old
what I'm
hunter's
gonna
trick.
do.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. That's exactly my
right.
plan for just such an occasion.
I'm trying to find. Okay, so she is going to come at you immediately with. And just straight up charge at you with force
Oh, really?
to try to grab you.
Oh, she's
Yeah.
physically attacking.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I
No,
thought
she's
she was
going
going to
for it.
white court me.
That is going to be. Oh, my.
Yeah, that's not fun. That's a +2.
So, yeah, that's going to be a +2 and a +3. So she gets a +5 against you. Go ahead and you can roll to defend.
I am going to have to defend with Guile because I have no choice. I'm going to invoke my Fearless when it counts aspect to get myself +2. And as she comes at me, I'm going to yell, "Cousin Marissa!" -2 blank +1, so -1. Guile makes it +2. I got 4. Is there anything
You
else
got-
I can do?
That's not
Can I-
bad.
But she got 5.
Yeah, but yeah.
I can invoke 2 aspects on one roll, can't I?
You're gonna burn 2 fate points.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
going to win this one. I'm going to add 2 more to give myself 6 by invoking I have an answer for everything.
Okay. All right. So cousin Marissa is your
Cousin
invoke.
Marissa!
Yeah. So she pulls up. It's one of these moments where she charges at you, and you do not flinch, and she pulls up right in front of your face, like inches from you, and you can see like the whites of her eyes and her sharp teeth, and you just don't blink. And she settles back, and she is impressed, shall we say.
I'm going to say, hey, Father told me that you ran this place, but listen, we need a mortal family member in the office just for the afternoon. That's why I'm here.
And she is going to be circling you, and now she's going to notice you guys. Do you guys want to try to hide? Are you backing Lenny up? What are you guys doing in the hallway?
I assume that these two were not in front of the door.
Yes, that's why I want to cut to you guys to see what you're doing.
Yeah, we were not in front of. I'm never just standing in front
Oh,
of
no.
doors.
No, I assume that Corwin at least is doing something else. What are you guys doing?
Vernon was definitely letting Lenny direct it as well as he could and waiting in the wings in case an answer of force was necessary. So if, they've worked together before, and he has learned to put faith in Lenny's bullshit. So if Lenny believes that we're about to be made, he trusts Lenny to come up with some reason why his bodyguard would be waiting outside for him to conclude his business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
All right. Well, I am going to push back and say, just to be clear, there's no way she believes
It doesn't matter.
100% that you are. Yeah.
Doesn't matter
So
if
just
she
to be
believes
clear.
me, as long as she's not killing me.
Okay. So you successfully defended against that. And she's circling. And she's going to look towards the door. I want both of you guys to roll Guile to see if you are successfully hidden.
Is it possible to roll this without, like, being really conspicuously trying to hide? Like, if she notices us, could it look like we're actually waiting outside? I just feel like there's no way to come back from people catching you like this against the wall. Just
If you... Yeah, I don't think there's a way out of that. This is to go unnoticed. And if she notices you,
That's fair.
that would be... Yeah. It's Saturday. It's an empty elevator lobby. There's really no other... There's really no innocent explanation.
That's fair. So my approach being Guile puts me at neutral. I don't think I've got any aspects that's going to put me over on that. Does flying under the radar make me in any way
Yes.
less noticeable?
Yes, you can absolutely invoke that. You're used to, always being ready to run, to hide, and when things go bad, you are behind that door. Where
So that's a
you
fate
cannot be
point,
seen.
right?
Yes.
Okay. 1.
Okay. A total of 1. If you want, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to pass. If you want to take that fate point back, I will let you.
Okay.
So, okay, Carolyn.
A total of 4 without invoking anything.
Okay.
That's kind of what I expected, yes. So she's got a +1 on the roll and a +4, or excuse me, a +3. So she looks towards the door, and what does the tie do, really quick? Need to remember.
I've invoked something before, right?
I don't know.
No, I don't know that you have.
Okay.
Come on, where are you? Okay. So, this is an interesting one. I'm not quite sure how to... So, Vernon, she immediately spots you. Like, you try to jump out of the way, only you jump right between, like, the door and the frame, so she sees your shadow go by through the crack.
Distracting her
sure.
from Corwin.
I feel like with the tie, Corwin, what I'm going to say is that she kind of senses motion. Yeah, Vernon is obvious and distracts her, but she feels like there's somebody else there, but she doesn't know for sure.
Hmm.
And she's going to go ahead then and say to you, Lenny, how very interesting. And why exactly would the family send me a mortal who needs to be in my office for the afternoon?
Because Baron Marcone is interested in this place, and we don't want him knowing who really runs it.
Who? And I'll remind you,
Marcone.
it's 2004.
Oh, is this
and
before
Los
he was a
Angeles.
signatory?
Mm-hmm.
Dang it. Ah, you don't know Marcone. John Marcone from Chicago. He may not sound like much, but he can be a real pain.
Really? What is he? A Denarian? Is he a Red Court?
No, he's a legitimate businessman.
Ooh, scary.
Like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, obviously, we could take him, but it's more convenient if we don't have to.
Uh-huh. And what exactly is it that you are hoping to gain here, Mr.
You don't remember me?
Oh, it must have slipped my mind.
Bradshaw, Lenny Bradshaw.
Mr. Bradshaw. And your associate behind the door?
Oh, that's my bodyguard, Vern. Vern, come on in. I told him to wait outside because I didn't want it to look like I was raiding the place, you know.
Yes, Vern, please, come in.
Yeah, Vern steps in, his boots just thunking really conspicuously and heavily on the floorboards in a obviously I would have caused a stir if I came in here earlier kind of way.
All right.
Like, look, you know, Vern, he's half bodyguard, he's half keeper, but the point is, he's also kind of here to stop me from leaving.
Stop you from leaving?
Yeah, you know, the thing about Marcone is, he's after me. The family decided it's a better idea to just let him have me, and maybe he loses interest in this place. But it's okay because I'm pretty
sorry,
sure.
Honestly, I stopped listening several minutes ago.
Yeah, I figured you
and
had.
as she says that, the kid who was behind the desk, who had quietly kind of disappeared into the background, he comes tromping back in with a second person who looks just like him.
Oh, great.
And then you also hear, coming from down the hall, from outside down the hall, you hear a bang of a door echoing through the hallway, and footsteps coming down the hallway towards the elevator lobby. What would you like to do? And this is particularly to Corwin, as you hear their footsteps coming towards you. There is... You can... I will tell you that if you can come up with a reasonable way you could hide in a bare elevator lobby, it would be a very hard save, and you'd have to be able to justify it story-wise, but realistically speaking, you're kind of trapped.
Well, we weren't in the elevator lobby, though, right? We had
Nope,
left
you've gone
across
into...
the hall.
Yeah, you've gone into the night side lobby.
Right, but
Corwin
she
is
was
still...
in the hallway, not in the elevator bay, right?
Well, where are you at?
We left her outside the door.
Here, let me just sketch it out really quick.
Okay.
So these are the...
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, here we... Cool. All right, here we go. So she is in the hall. This miniature is much too big for this drawing.
Yes. And you hear these footsteps coming towards
There's
you.
Corwin.
Yes. Coming this way from this hallway.
And more from the elevator?
No, not out of the elevator.
All right.
The elevator doors have shut.
Oh.
So then I can reasonably put up a glamour.
That's what you invoked. You invoked a glamour earlier.
Isn't that a stunt?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a stunt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is a stunt.
So I can cast minor veils and seemings.
Yeah.
So I can draw a veil over something roughly person-sized, hiding it from sight and other means of detection.
That sounds like a thing you should do right now.
Exactly
That
the
is
thing. Yep.
a thing I am doing.
Yes. So go ahead and roll for that, or
I think I just mark off called for that.
okay.
All right.
Sure. Yes. Okay, then we'll just go ahead and call that. You do pull up that glamour, just as a third 20-something actor-y looking dude comes tromping around the corner. You can see the guy behind the desk was probably the youngest one. The one he's with, who's standing next to him, looks like the same guy, but maybe with like 3 or 4 years of hard partying. And the guy coming around the elevator lobby, behind you guys now, cutting you off from the elevator, looks like he might be late 20s and has definitely put in his years of partying to the point where he's looking pretty run down. Whereas everybody in this game likes to say looking far older than his years.
Yes.
Yes.
And I am going.
No one has had a good life. Like, everybody is rough around the edges.
I have an important question for you
Yes.
now. This oldest actor fellow who has come in, have
Yeah.
you given him a name yet?
We have not identified any of the boys by names.
I'm asking about you personally.
Yes, I have.
Okay, what is it?
It is Sergio.
I'm going to turn to him, and I'm going to use my usual suspect stunt.
All right.
And I'm going to say, Sergio! It's me, Lenny! Because I have worked with this person before on a previous criminal endeavor. And I will now get plus...
Criminal, though.
Oh, come on. He works for the White Court.
He does, but he doesn't have the criminal mantle.
Oh,
Sorry. Just
this is
because somebody's
terrible.
a bad guy doesn't mean they're a criminal.
But they're all breaking the law. They're criminals.
No, I'm sorry.
Damn it. All right, fine. I'm not going to say his name. I have no idea who he is.
All right.
Sergio! How the fuck did you know that? I don't know if we can cuss.
Oh,
on
you
your
know what?
channel.
You say Sergio, and he brightens up a little bit. He's like, "Did you see one of my movies?
Hell yeah!
You want an autograph?" And Marissa says, "Sergio, get your head together. Nobody wants your autograph."
I did.
And she is once again going to try to grab you, Lenny. Come back here. Swiped away by accident. All right. Okay. And so she is going to try once again to grab you, Lenny, and she's just going to kind of go for your neck.
Yeah, I know she is.
And this is going to be a force roll. So that is going to be a +1 and a +3 to intellect.
I
Sorry, a +3 to force.
I will defend with guile once
So
again.
that's 4. Mm-hmm.
That's +2. No, it's +1, and guile makes it +4.
+4. Okay.
So
And now she is going to actually. I feel like this is a point where she's going to invoke an aspect against you.
okay.
She is going to. I'm going to spend one of my DM fate points and invoke Fearless when it counts against you. And she is going to look at you and say. So this is going to give her a +2 to her roll.
Okay.
as she grabs you, she's like, "You silly little man. Do you think you're being a hero to face me like this? Do you think anything you do is going to make a difference? What are you doing here? Why don't you just walk into the spider's web and say, 'Hello, I'm a fly'?"
Well, when
You're
she's
a fool. You're not brave.
when she says that, I'm just gonna say, Lord Wraith thought you would say that.
So you've already made your defense roll against her.
I know it failed, but
so-
I still had to
yeah.
say something.
Yep.
Can
She-
the okay?
Rolls her eyes and let's see. So she is going to.
Kill me, yeah.
No.
Can okay.
Sorry. So she is going to pull just a little bit from you, and you feel this deep, bone-chilling fear that just runs down your spine as you realize, what are you doing here? Why are you risking your life for some random werewolf pack and a favor that you owe to Vern? What is happening?
Speaking of Vern, I think he wanted to
Yep.
do something.
So you are, yes, so give me a second, Vernon. You can take an action. But you are going to take a condition
Yeah.
that is going to be. So what condition would. Let's figure out what condition you're going to take.
I don't know.
So I would suggest shaken confidence
Okay.
as a condition. Okay, and yes, go ahead, please, Brian.
So I would like to use the stunt countermeasures.
Yes.
Once per session, Monster Hunter can declare that they happen to have a countermeasure on hand that nullifies the effect of scale from a supernatural, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
At your discretion, the stunt can also nullify other effects of supernatural powers.
Oh, okay.
I feel like Vernon, specializing in predators of mortals, has some conception of the things that work and do not work against vampires.
Yes.
And if my reading of the source texts is accurate, being someone who has experienced or is still in the throes of genuine love is bad juju for White Court.
Yep.
In this case, because she seems to be feeding off fear, it's actually bravery. That would be, like, true courage would be what burns her.
Even better.
Yeah.
So as she's laying down her monologue into Lenny and awakening in him a fear that he has not experienced so far, the gun comes out of the coat, and with just a completely deadpan expression, Vern pulls the two of them apart with the barrel of the gun pointed directly at her. Probably slowly, not in a, like, I mean, it's, yes, if the vampires are going to freak out about it and kill him, then they're going to. But in a more, I'm very interested in chatting, and let's not get things carried away.
All right. So, are you feeling in this moment? Would it be fair to say that you are, in fact, feeling true courage in this moment?
This isn't his first rodeo.
All right.
Yep.
Well, she withdraws, and you do successfully free Lenny from her grapple, and she is giving her hand a shake and looking at you with a very different look. And the youngest guy goes, "Mom?" She goes, "Shut up."
Just here for some questions, ma'am. Not trying to start any trouble.
Oh, and what is it that you want?
There was remind me of the name of this building. I'm sorry. I'm not a native.
Oh, the other building?
The Disney building?
The Disney Concert Hall. Walt Disney Concert Hall.
Came to our attention that there was a disturbance at the Disney Concert Hall. Saw one of your vans driving away.
One of
Just
my
trying to see what...
vans? I don't have vans. I'm a production company, not a rental company.
Your logo was on the side of it.
That treacherous bitch!
Everyone's a treacherous bitch. Welcome to the White Court.
Oh, darling. And she kind of waves the boys off, just to sort of stand at ease. And she's going to cross over to the desk and just prop herself up, arrange herself very elegantly with legs crossed. Like, gentlemen, you're not dealing with the White Court as funny as it would be, I'm sure, for them to try to frame me. What exactly did this van do? Wait, I bet I can guess. Were there any perhaps mysterious disappearances involved? With perhaps creatures like yourselves, of minor, negligible, supernatural abilities?
A fair assessment. 3 bloodless corpses, 5 disappeared. Just trying to find the missing.
Well, I'll tell you exactly where they are.
I'd be much obliged.
You're looking for Velia.
Cool.
Velia?
Where's she at?
Velia is a high she, a high fae, in type, if not in actual power. She's based out of, she's got herself a little compound, a little cult up in Malibu, and she has been taking a very aggressive interest in the minor practitioners and shapeshifters and other such types. And she looks at you, and she kind of, at you, Vernon, and actually reaches out and runs a finger along the collar of your jacket, though she's very careful not to touch your skin. I bet she'd be very interested in you, though honestly, I think you're a little old for her.
I get that a lot. Mm-hmm. It's the mileage, not the years.
She rolls her eyes. Yes, we all love Indiana Jones. That's very funny. All right. I don't know why she's seen fit to drag me into this, but this is very inconvenient. Listen, she's been collecting people for a while. You can find her. I'll give you her address. You can go up there. You can find them. I'm sure that's where she's keeping them. What she's doing with them, I have no idea. It's not my problem. And she picks up another Post-it and writes down in very, very beautiful, flawless handwriting an address off of the Pacific Coast Highway and hands it to you. I tell you to give her my regards, but honestly, I have to say I don't think you're going to walk out of there again.
Risk of the business.
Huey, Dewey, Sergio, show our guests to the door. And the boys do close it on you and are careful not to touch you, but they are definitely kind of herding you towards the door.
Wait a minute, I have an idea.
He's fine to touch, and they're going to just grab for you. They do not want to hear your idea.
He pats Lenny on the shoulder and just says, "You did good, Lenny. Let's head out."
Oh, I guess we can leave now, but there's a perfectly good opportunity to get the werewolves into your debt.
She holds up a hand. Wait, stop. What's happening?
The missing persons in question are members of the pack.
Oh. Well, that does explain why she's dragged me into this. Very funny. Very funny. All right.
Why not send Huey, Dewey, and Sergio with us? We'll let the pack know that you offered assistance in their time of need.
I tell you what. And she'll take the paper back. She's going to bypass, actually no, she's going to leave you with the paper. She's going to pick up the pen from her desk and she's going to reach out to you and put her hand out for you to put your hand. She's going to turn your hand over and write a phone number on it. She says, listen, I'm not interested in sending my boys off to any heroics, as useless as they are. I'm not inclined to waste them on fairy tales, but if you do want to offer me any more information, if you do find out what Velia is up to, if you wanted to share that, I would be interested in knowing what exactly it is she's doing with all those people.
In exchange for what?
She shrugs and bye.
You don't
And
really
she
know
just
how
strolls
bargaining
out.
works, do you?
She strolls
Don't bait
off.
the bear, Lenny.
And the boys are showing you the door, and you are, unless there's anything else you want to do in this scene, we are, I believe.
Yeah, I'm going to
can
turn to
cut down.
Sergio and say, your last one, my favorite.
And he's like trying to be like, he's like, oh, thanks, man. And he gives you like a little fist bump. Appreciate it. Yeah. What was it? Which one did you like more? Was it like the babes of slaughter, or was it the lifeguard always knocks 3 times and then leaves the key under the mat? It wasn't a great title. I have to say. I told my mom it was way too long.
It was
but she
definitely
said
the
it was
Babes of
classic.
Slaughter.
I
mean,
know, right?
You've got Slaughter, which, I mean, that's what we're here for, but then
And
also
Huey,
there's
who's
Babes.
the youngest, said, shut up, Sergio. Nobody cares about your stupid movies. He's only saying that to butter you up.
Hey, a prophet's always without honor in his own country. Peace out.
And you guys head out. I'll go ahead and Carolyn, you can exit for free.
Invisible.
Yes.
Excellent.
You, in all of this kerfluffle with Lenny having this conversation, you easily are able to kind of subtly slip around them into the elevator and get out of there. So what do you guys want to do next? The elevator hits the lobby floor. Where do you want to pick this back up? You've got an address. You've got a name.
Well, we obviously
it's the
would
summer
rather...
Yeah.
I'm much happier going to Malibu than Temecula. I'll say that.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing to do.
Totally down with that. Getting into the car. Seriously, though, Lenny,
Okay.
that was a good job. That was,
Oh.
and there's your deal that we talked about. 1 out the door, 1 in.
Yeah, thanks.
Speaking of which, take a fate point, Steve, because I invoked.
Oh, I
on
took
you.
it already.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Perfect. Sorry. Carry on.
All right, on to Malibu.
Off we go.
Maybe we should call the pack. Just kind of give them a heads up.
I've already got my phone out. Oh, call
Do
them.
you have
Okay, yeah.
Hannah's number is...
Oh,
Fill in
yeah,
the
he's
blank.
going to give it to me. Hannah, guess what? It's Lenny.
Oh boy. Oh, what can I do for you, Lenny?
Turns out it wasn't the White Court. It was the fairies.
We're
How do you-
investigating still, Lenny.
Right, we're still investigating.
Who told you it wasn't the White Court?
The White Court.
Yeah, that's what I had a feeling you were going to say.
Yeah, turns
Fine.
out the van that says Nightside Productions on it is not owned by Nightside Productions. Who would have thought?
find my people. Click.
Yeah, that's what I thought she'd say, guys.
She's a real charmer.
Yeah. It's almost as though we called her with nothing.
I leave that between you two. It was not my idea to call Hannah.
I hand your phone back to you because I called her from your number.
Nice.
I take back everything positive I've said about you in the last 5 minutes. So, flying down the street in our slab of steel.
Yes.
Where does that bring us?
So you guys are going to head up to Malibu?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I was wondering if you meant you in character or as players.
Don't worry about it.
But so you guys head out to this address. You can do just in a quick drive-by. What you take in is that this is the address you are given has big gated wall behind it. It is off the Pacific Coast Highway. It is it's sort of in a wooded area where it's between the road and the ocean. So it's one of the parts where there's maybe like, I don't know, half mile. And it's sort of tucked down. It's down a little road. It's densely wooded. You can't really see what's down there. And there is gates across the road, pretty heavy-duty security gates. And as well as just being, gates around this property. From what you can see, it does seem to be, it looks like a private resort or like a very exclusive club. It doesn't look like a person's home. It's you can kind of get a sense of like different buildings inside of it, where it feels like a resort or a club or a hotel is kind of the feel you get just driving by. But you can't really see inside of it. So what would you guys like to do? Do you want to try to approach directly? Do you want to try to be sneaky? And what would you like to do?
Well, this is the middle of the day, right?
And this is the summer court, right?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I kind of look at the guys and like.
Well, actually, by now it's probably late afternoon. It's probably 4 or 5 o'clock. Still very bright. Sun doesn't go down until like 8 o'clock.
I have to admit, you don't live very long running headlong into these situations over and over again. But
That's why I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
give me a brief once-over of the place again. You said it's too large to be a home, sort of resort-looking,
Yeah,
but we can't
like
see inside.
Yeah, it feels like maybe it's like a small resort, or it's got a kind of like a small complex of buildings. You can see just the edges of the roof over the edge of over the wall. The wall itself is not, just from the look of it, like it's just like a basic privacy wall. It wouldn't be that hard for any of you guys to physically get over. It's just a question of what you'd find on the other side, and what kind of defenses you might not see. And lots of leafy greens and trees on the inside, as you would expect. Like there's plenty of trees, plenty of verdant green around this place.
What was the name Marissa gave us?
Velia. Just one name.
Okay. Are we doing the standard Lenny's a distraction plan, or?
Okay. We go in together. That way, if we know we're not getting in, maybe, we don't make any offense, no offense is taken, we get back out.
That is a legit approach. Just a quick aside. You guys would know, just as changeling especially, rules of hospitality do bind the Fae, but they do love to get around them. So if you were accepted as a guest, if you approached as a guest, you would have certain rights and protections, though it wouldn't by any means be a guarantee of safety.
Right.
You would know not to eat any food or any drink that you were offered. And if you are not a welcomed guest inside, then none of that applies. There's no protection for you. No, hospitality does not apply if you are a intruder.
We haven't learned. We don't know Ophelia, right? She's not such a big player that everybody who knows about the Summer Court knows who she is.
The only person who might know who it is Corwin. How much do you know, Carolyn, as a character, about the Summer Court in this area?
I mean, I did take a shiny off of them.
Well, you came out here to LA, though, to get away from the local Summer Court. Oh, okay. So you're hiding from...
I am a local.
Okay. So you are hiding out locally. In that case, I would say that you would... you'll know for free that Velia is a smaller player in the court. She's big enough that she is a courtier to the Summer Queen, and would be somebody, who would be welcome at court, who would be known, but she is not by any means a major political player. Malibu is not really a strong point, the way that Summerland is a center of court activity, and the fact that she's kind of out here on her own suggests that either she's in sort of a self-exile for whatever reason, which could have a legit reason, but or she could be out of favor and licking her wounds. But she still would have a lot of power.
Okay.
So what's your read, Corwin?
I'm not too keen to go in, but there's really only one of two reasons why she would be here. And neither of them speak favorably within the court.
But she's playing the game in court, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, everybody play above board. Okay, I'll put it this way. If they tell you they don't like you up front, then just don't go in. If they tell you they do like you and you're welcome, and then you screw them over, you know the rules. I mean,
About that, I already have
So
screwed
Carolyn...
them over.
Oh, sorry. This might be
How-
a good... Oh, sorry.
Go-
I'll let you
no,
keep...
go ahead.
No, you guys keep going. Sorry.
okay, when you say screwed over, how big are we talking?
I took a thing.
Yeah, now listen, you guys know more about the she than a mere mortal like me. But as I understand it, in their reckoning, a debt is a debt. An imbalance is an imbalance. There's no such thing as big or small, right? I mean, if you took a thing, they have to get it back, right?
Yeah. About that. I don't have the thing.
Okay, well then they will take it out of your hide.
Yep.
Okay. New plan. Lenny, you and me go in the front.
Sure.
Is there anything you are comfortable doing here, Corwin?
I can keep a lookout. How are you guys on your text messages? Is it going to cost you a lot?
This isn't really my phone, so I'm good.
Back in 2004. You sent me 4 text messages. That's $1.
Why would you use such a thing?
I only had $100 for the
later.
month.
Okay. Lenny, stay in communication with Corwin. If we need a rescue, this physically hurts him to say. The Buick is probably solid enough to come in through the front door.
Great.
The Buick is definitely solid enough to come in through the front door.
Do not do this unless we text you to do this.
It's
Sure.
I mean, we know car is made of steel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the whole cold iron thing. This Buick.
What was that you were... Yeah, and they're going to remember that.
Yeah, it won't be fun, but it's a Hiroshima option.
Yeah. I apologize. Can we take another 5-minute break? Is that...
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
we
if
can do a
that
quick
needs to be
5-minute
done,
break.
let's do it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Sounds good. All right.
All right. Yeah.
We're probably...
We'll pause the stream, and
Yes.
we'll be back in 5. It's 11:27 here. This would normally be where we end, but we are in a one-shot, so it tends to go longer. And we'll be back soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
And we're
And
back.
we're back. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if Trappy or Miss Featherpen or... I know Pretty Boy left. Maybe Troll is still here. I don't know.
All right. So
But we're back.
go ahead and describe to me how you guys are going to get yourselves in.
Well, I guess me and Vern are going to walk up and knock on the door, right?
Yeah, as you
It's-
approach the door, you see that there is in fact a call box, and and a brass plate underneath that says "Buzz to be admitted."
I will buzz.
There's a click, and somebody's picked up the radio on the other end, and then another click, and nothing.
I will just speak out into the air. Lenny Bradshaw and Butler calling to see the Lady Velia.
There's another click, and then and the door, the big heavy and this is a door across the driveway, a car-sized door, starts rolling on its tracks open to let you guys in.
I'm about to step in, but before I cross the threshold, I turn to Vernon and say, "Hey, Vernon, real quick, you want to job as my butler? You have to take the job, Vernon. Just for 2 hours.
Are you going to say all the important things that need to be said, or is it just going to be a never-ending stream of hogwash?
It doesn't matter. The important thing is, I told them you're my butler. It has to be true by the time we go in there."
The door gets to the end of the track and starts closed again.
I start to lift up a foot, but I don't put it down before Vernon answers.
Vernon ushers both of us, just kind of walks through and gently guides Lenny in with him.
All right. Okay. So you can go ahead and clear off the conditions.
All right.
Let's see. We can go. We want to keep
Fly.
flying under
Except
the
for-
radar. Work hard, play hard. Flying slab of
Wait,
steel.
no.
What?
Flying slab of steel is still on the...
Yes,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
flying slab of steel. Work hard, play hard. And
We have shaking confidence.
yes,
but
and you can
that
get rid
went
of those
away.
other two.
That's just a map, and this is.
That's just yeah.
Okay.
What's this hexagons one?
Yes. So,
Crystals? Oh, okay.
So as you walk in, you do feel like you are indeed in a. You remember Marissa said cult, and that kind of is the feel as you walk in, or if not a cult, then it's some sort of spiritual retreat, but a very expensive one. It's like I said, everything seems to be, it's beautifully laid out. It's very artistically, the grounds have been very artistically groomed. There are, but it's got kind of a 70s feel to it, where, like I said, it's crystals, there's Tibetan prayer flags strung from the trees, and there's a lot of hexagons in the design. As you walk in, you do immediately start seeing there are people throughout this area, a lot of whom most of whom are wearing, I don't want to say, picture, if you will, somebody who's in a cult wearing that sort of like one single color tunic and pants in a neutral tone like blue or beige. And that's what you're seeing around here. Like, they went for like the whole uniformed look. But most of these people look like they are they look like video game characters in their idle animations, where they are doing one thing, and it might be sitting and meditating and kind of rocking back and forth. They may be walking down the path, but then they walk the path, and then they stop, and they turn around, and they walk back, and then they stop, and they turn around and walk back, over and over again. You see, as you're walking through the area, right away you see like maybe 3 or 4 people right away, just out in the open, and you have the feeling there's probably more if this is how kind of the densely populated it is.
Can Vernon try to use a focus approach to determine if there's a glamour that they're looking at, if all these people are real?
Yes, I will say that makes sense. You can go ahead and use your focused approach to try to see what's really going on here.
Okay. Total result 4.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm texting Corwin.
Okay.
Already
so
fucked up on the way in. Keep the motor running.
All right. Where are you? Ah, there you are. Yeah, so you succeed with a shift of 3. So you notice 2 things right away. First of all, the people that you're seeing that are doing these things, they, to your eye, look like sort of normal mortals. You don't get a sense of power off of any of them. And you notice that they look like they've been doing this for a long time. Like, the way that they're walking, or the way, like, a couple people who have been sitting, or a couple people who've been walking or climbing up and down steps have collapsed, but are still trying to force their bodies to go up the steps again. Like they've just walked themselves into exhaustion. The second thing you notice is, with the success of that nature, you do see sitting in the gazebo at the edge of there's a cliff to the edge of the property, and a gazebo kind of overlooking the ocean. And sitting in it is a slim young man with bushy, curly black hair and all white eyes. And he alone is just kind of like hanging out, watching you and Lenny come in. And he doesn't look terribly worried. He's just like, he looks around and is like, "What are you doing here, child of winter?"
Just kind of looks over at Lenny like, well, that ruse fell apart fast.
And he sits forward and is like, "Are you looking for inner peace? You don't look like you've made the choice yet. Still half mortal, half fae."
My friend and I simply seek an audience.
Oh. And he gestures, and there's, like, kind of scattered across in front of him, there's pillows for sitting on, and there's a couple people who are sitting there on their knees or in meditation pose in front of him. One of them's keeled over. He says, "There's plenty of seats."
Forgive me if I was unclear. We seek an audience with Lady Velia.
Well, then come and sit. The Lady Velia does not leap to her feet for any visitor, but I would be happy to find her and take her your names and your request for a meeting. In her graciousness, she does make time for all who come to her for help.
We would not trouble her to come all the way out here for us. Perhaps if you would show us to her, we could save her the steps.
He laughs and says, "Very well. Follow me. I shall conduct you to her chambers."
Many thanks, sir.
And so he's going to go ahead and lead you in to the largest building and up the hallway. And as he's walking, he's still staring at you, Vernon. He's kind of ignoring you, Lenny, which is
Fair.
a little odd, but
Unusual.
yes. But he's going to lean in towards you and say, very, very much too close for comfort. Kind of sniff like, "You don't like being here, do you? You're a long way from any winter center of power."
By design, I assure you.
Do you seek the Lady Velia's protection?
I seek my warm bed, which I can only have when I'm done with my day's work.
Well, there is a warm bed that we can offer you, and a peace at the end of a long day. What if I told you you didn't have to wait for peace? That peace could be yours.
Appreciate the offer, but you have no idea how much I paid for that shitty studio.
He laughs and conducts you in. He brings you into the main building of the compound is it's how should I describe it? It looks like the oldest part of this estate, and it's probably the least changed. You can see this probably used to be somebody's personal mansion. It's big, it's gorgeous, it's ostentatious, and it is, oh, hello, and it is very nicely maintained. And he takes you up the main staircase.
Set dressing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a humanizing touch.
No, it isn't. It's the opposite of that.
I've got one in my lap too. It's okay.
Nice.
I want one in my lap.
Yeah. We'll ship you one of ours.
Yeah.
You can have it for the next
Excellent.
one.
You can have the expensive one.
So you're going to go ahead, and he flings open the doors to what probably looks like the master suite. You guys have enough sense of what a expensive house like this would be laid out as. Inside the suite, what you see are a row of people, and these ones immediately you notice these are not the pure mortals you saw outside. These are different. There's one that has a shock of bright green hair that doesn't look like it came out of a dye bottle. It's just a little bit too gradiated, as it were, to be unnatural. It just looks too much like leaves actually growing out of her head, or blades of grass. There's one that has horns, sort of they're poking out of his hair. You can just see kind of the tips of curly ram's horns coming out the sides of his temples. There's one that does look kind of normal, but the tattoos on her arms, you recognize, identify her. Those are arcane symbols, and you would guess she's probably some sort of minor practitioner. And these people are sprawled across the floor. All of them are covered in vines that are wrapped around their bodies and around their throats, and seem to be pushing in and out of their skin bloodlessly, as best you can tell. Like, they look like they're just growing out of the skin naturally. But they are all unconscious on the floor in these vines that are binding them to the vines. Look like they've been chopped off roughly, and the man who's led you up here says, "Fortunately, not all were strong enough for what Our Lady required of them." He looks to you, Vernon, again. "It's a shame you came too late. I think you would have served her purpose nicely." And he is going to go ahead and attack now. So he is coming at you, Vernon. Okay. Let's get you up here. All right. Oh, that's the wrong password. Haha. All right. So he is going to go ahead and just unleash a spell straight at you. And this is going to be... Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, he rolled terribly, though. That's a -1. And he is going to do that with +2. And so that's going to be a +1. Vines explode from his hand straight at you, Vernon. Do you want to go ahead and try to... Oh, excuse me, and that's... Nope, that's it, +2. Do you want to go ahead and try to counter that? Defend against that?
You said +1, and then you said +2. Which one am I dealing with?
Yes, it's he's attacking... Immediately forgotten. It's a plus. He got a +2 bonus, so he's it's a +1 on
+1 total.
+1 total. Sorry, that's the word.
Okay. He's gonna try to just how would I say it? He's gonna try to force his way through. Take it as a glancing blow, if you'll accept that. Otherwise, I'll use something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll for it.
Ooh. Okay, result is 5.
Yeah, you easily bat these vines away. And in fact, as you do, you can see that there's nothing there. Like, it's,
Glamour.
they're basically illusion. They kind of dissolve as soon as you hit them. And at that, I would say you can go ahead and... Do you want to... No, we'll call that an end of your action. So who wants to go next? Vernon, do you want to go ahead and take your action at this time?
Is it my understanding, reading the situation, because it can be funny with the Fae, that he has seriously injured these people and is attempting to do the same to us?
Yes, he's definitely trying to enchant you, but that said, he's invited you in as a guest. It's weird that he's attacking you directly. Something is not right here.
He has not offered us guest rights at all. He never said that.
No, he didn't. You're right.
But at the same time, those vines were illusory.
What would you guys like to do? Go ahead and take an action.
Okay.
Lenny, you can go first if you want to.
No, he can go.
Okay.
Okay, well, I suppose jumping straight to lethal action's probably a bad idea given the politics of the Fae. So Vernon will attempt to use force to sequester this gentleman whose name I have forgotten, but the curly-haired...
Yeah, I never said.
It occurs to me that we have not had a formal introduction. Oof. Total result is +1 on attack.
Okay. You will...
Can I invoke on hating my nature?
Yes.
Okay. So that is 3.
Okay, how does that... What's your attack and how does hating your nature relate to that?
This is not Vernon's favorite place to be. Vernon came here because the Summer Court is in power here, and that makes it safer than the place he came from, but in the nest of a Fae area is not... I mean, he's a little bit uncomfortable hanging out with Corwin. Having this guy nettling him over and over again and throwing illusions in his face and trying very hard not to pull his shotgun, he's just not having a good day, and he's being rough and direct is coming very naturally to him right now.
All right. Sounds good to me. Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and defend against this. So this is a attack against his will, where you're trying to... What exactly are you trying to do with this attack?
Trying to get a hold of him and kind of lock him down.
Got it.
So
it's
grapple
force.
him.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so he's going to defend with... He's going to match you with equal force. Or with force.
Okay.
And... Oop, come back here. So that's going to be a +2 just out of the dice, and then another 2, so that's a 4. So he easily kind of... You try to grab him, but he knocks you back. Like, you just can't lay a finger on him. You are not successful in grappling him. Steve isn't here, so I'm gonna... Oh, are you ready to take your action?
Yes.
Okay. And as he knocks you back, he just laughs and says, "You cannot win here. You're already too late. The Lady Velia is gone, and her ritual begun." Okay. Lenny, you can go ahead and take action.
Cool. I will do that. The first thing I want to do is press send on the 911 that I had typed into my phone. And then I'm going to turn... What did this guy say his name was? I had to go...
You didn't say?
Oh, he didn't answer. Okay. Okay. I am going to look around at the people strung up against these vines. Mm-hmm. And I am going to spend 2 heat. I'm going to take 2 heat in order to use my criminal favors stunt.
Okay.
And recognize one of them as an arms dealer that I know.
All right. So this would be somebody who is...
A minor NPC or a significant piece of illegal gear. I'm going
Alright.
for the latter.
Okay. So let's say that this, you do recognize this gentleman. He is, you've met him before in your underworld dealings, in the magical sense of the word, because he is, you know, he is a shifter of some kind and sells to the magical community.
Yeah.
And so yes, you do recognize this person who is here.
All right.
And you see that when you recognize him, you see that he is breathing shallowly, but he looks very close to death.
Okay. But again, I spent 2 points, which means I'm not interested in him. I'm interested in his illegal gear.
Okay.
Because I know that he doesn't go anywhere without a strap.
Okay.
And I am going to run up, frisk him until I find the gun that he has in his back, in the back of his belt. And I am going to yank that gun, and I am going to hit this dude with the barrel.
All right. So here's a question. Are guns iron or steel? Does steel count as iron? Are we
Yep.
counting?
In
Yeah.
Dresden it does. Yeah.
All right.
In Kingkiller, no.
Okay. So go ahead and roll an attack for me.
Yeah. That's going to be force with a +0. But I'm going to invoke Fearless when it counts for a +2. Okay, so that's -3, but that's a 1, so -2. It came out even, 0.
All right. He is going to... Yep, that's a +1, even without the bonus of... He will counter you with haste, and so that's just going to be a +1. So that will be a grand total of +2 against your 0.
Yeah.
So he actually does react when you bring out the gun and dodges very quickly, kind of skittering back to the other side of the room. And he bares his teeth and drops a grin at you guys. And you see that his eyes have gone from normal looking to just pure white. And he says, well, as fun as this is, I think it's time for me to go to where the action really is.
Where's that?
And he steps again backwards, and he's going to invoke one of his stunts and step backwards into a mirror on the side of the room and straight through it like it's made of liquid. He is a mirror walker.
I'm going to turn to Vernon.
And he is spending a fate point to do that.
Do you know how to do that?
I would like both of you guys to roll to see if you recognize, because for a second the whole scene behind him shifted and there was something behind him. You could see where he was going.
I guess I will roll intellect.
I would like you
on
guys
that.
to roll.
It's got to be intellect.
I guess,
right?
yeah, intellect would be really it.
Does focus count? I mean, they're interchangeable for Vernon, but...
I feel like let's roll intellect if they're interchangeable.
Okay.
Just because focus tends to be more like something that you really
Takes a long time.
takes a long time. Yeah.
Total result is +1.
Okay.
And I got +2.
Lenny, you do recognize where he went very clearly.
Temecula.
It is the
Sorry.
unmistakable rolling wooden panels of the inside of Walt Disney Concert Hall.
Son of a bitch.
And you remember that this whole thing began when a summer changeling told you guys that the White Court had kidnapped werewolves outside of Walt Disney Concert Hall, where it is a summer stronghold
Yeah.
in downtown LA. What would you guys like to do next? You have, there is no further threat that you see. You have let's say you have 4 unconscious, dying magic users in front of you, wrapped in these vines that have been cut off. What would you like to do next?
I am gonna
There's
just
a whole lot
idly
of mind-controlled people outside.
press the steel barrel of the gun against one of the vines and see if it does anything.
Go ahead and it kind of. That's a good question. What would it do? I would say if you just touch it to the vine kind of browns a little bit, but it doesn't break because just touching it, it's not really an attack.
Okay.
So,
And
Since
did you
you've-
send the text?
Yeah, I sent it.
Okay, so Carolyn, you came. Let's cut to
Come
Carolyn. What are you doing?
barreling through.
Smash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Vernon,
see
you-
that text, and I got it.
You smash through that teak wall, that fancy like handcrafted teak gate, with Vernon's slab of steel, and I'm not even making you roll. That you demolish it.
I'm just
Probably-
yelling Yahoo the entire time.
Yep.
And I hear the squealing tires, and then I glance at my phone, and I dive tackle Vernon out of the way as she comes breaking through the wall.
Yep.
Vernon lifts his head as the rubble's still falling from the ruined wall. He checks, makes sure no one has been killed under the wheels. GM has, I hope no one's been killed under the wheels.
We'll give that to you for free. Nope.
Thank you. Picks himself up off the floor, walks over, picks up the antenna that is broken off of his car. Give me my phone. He dials up Hannah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any connections in law enforcement?
She takes a beat. She's like, we don't really, we're not chill with the man.
You coulda asked
I
me
guess
that,
I
friend.
can probably find a friend of a friend if you let me know what you're looking for. Did you
All
find our
right.
people?
I'm still working on it. We have a bunch of victims in Malibu. We need somebody. They're going to need some assistance. Some of them are
Invined.
supernaturals, and some of them could use a little bit of help getting de-summer courtified. I figured you'd want to keep your own people nearby, which is the only reason I'm not suggesting you send your own, but if you have some to spare, it'd be appreciated. We've got about 1, 2, 3. He just kind of counts out how many people need to be moved, need to be, like, taken out of here.
Yeah, as soon as you
Just-
say that, she's like, oh, so wait, do you need a medic? You need somebody, the summer court, did somebody put the whammy on how many people?
He gives the number again, because I don't know how many that is.
Okay.
He says, they need help, and I want them to have passage out of here. I don't really not really trusting Summer right now, so.
She says, I can do that. We don't have to go to, we don't need law enforcement for that.
I'm still kind of new in the area. It's not like it was back out in the Midwest.
I know. We got
All right.
more people than that.
Thanks, Hannah.
LA's got a lot of options. Listen, what's going on? You found other victims. Are my people there? Did the summer court take my people, Vernon?
I can't say it for sure, but it's starting to look that way.
The chick with the sweater and the viney hair.
Just don't kill her
Sis?
before we get there, okay?
I don't make promises. Click.
Cool. So, are any of these guys werewolves, or how do we know that?
Fae, practitioner. It comes with the territory.
And a
Lenny.
shifter. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, we came here to talk to Velia, but that weird guy said Velia isn't here and her ritual is already happening.
Well, what did you see through the mirror?
Oh, yeah, he went back to Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a word.
We could have stayed there.
Yeah, there's a word for this kind of situation in the business.
What's that?
Fucked.
Yeah, you're right. That's what they call it in my business too.
All right, you're gonna go ahead and I will let you invoke. I feel like we're for free. I'll give you an invoke. Flying Slab of Steel drives just fine. The headlights are broken. The grill's all dinged up. The antenna's in the back seat where you tossed it. But yeah, you can't. It's gonna take more than a wall to destroy your car.
Just pass the dash.
As I get in, I'm gonna just like throw both arms up on the back of the gigantic seat that it probably has, and I'm just gonna say, this is a fine piece of American engineering.
You're damn right. All right, so
as you are kind of touching people, your buddy, the were creature, the arms dealer, kind of blinks up at you and goes. As you're rolling him over, he's feeling for his gun. He's like, Lenny?
Oh, hey, Gerald. Here.
What?
Toss his gun back to him.
It bounces off of his chest, and he goes, ow. Oh, no.
So, hey, wait a minute. Hold on, guys. I'm going to go over to Gerald. Gerald, what happened to you? How'd you get here?
Oh, fucking fairies, man. And he's in pretty bad shape. Do any of you guys have anything that could help him kind of pull himself together? Do you have any?
Yeah, I'm going to slap him.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So he goes, ow. It's been a rough day, man. Come on.
Focus, Gerald, focus. How'd you get here?
That's not my name. You said my name was something else. It was, I forget. Oh, man.
Okay.
The lady. Oh, there's a lady, the high she. Oh, shit. He looks around at the other people on the floor. Oh, there was a lot more of us. Okay. She said she needed the strongest of us and most powerful. I mean,
sure she did.
She obviously was wrong because she didn't take me, but whatever. But she had this plant, a tree, and all the vines were coming off of it. We were all tied to the vines, and she cut it. She had a knife, and she cut the vines. And oh, there it is. And he points, and you see on a table on the side dresser there is a small silver knife with a jeweled handle.
Taking that.
Yep. Says, and then she picked up the whole tree and she went through the mirror, and everybody who hadn't been cut off the tree went with her.
Interesting. I'm going to take the knife and grab the closest vine and cut a piece of it.
It's like a hot knife through butter.
And I'm going to hand the knife to Vernon.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to hold on to the vine I've got and try to put my hand through the mirror.
It ripples.
I'm going through.
All right. Lenny walks straight through the mirror and it ripples. And this time you're both ready for it. And you see again those rippling wooden panels of Walt Disney Concert Hall.
God damn it. I'm gonna have to leave my car.
Are you though?
How big is this mirror?
It's definitely not car size. It's a floor to ceiling, like with a beautifully carved wooden frame. But yeah, it's probably about like maximum 3.5 feet wide.
Pop it on its side.
10,
Yeah.
like 8
He
feet
slices 2 more pieces of vine, tosses one to Corwin, and then goes through.
tall. All right, you cross through. Corwin, you are alone in a room, and the were creature with the gun looks up at you like, "Can I get some water or like a Bloody Mary or something? It's been a rough day, man."
I toss the car keys to him
Oh no!
and say, "Find yourself a bar, I guess."
All right. Do you go through the mirror?
Yeah, I go through the mirror.
All right. The three of you guys emerge, not on the mezzanine, but a level down, on into the main lobby, and immediately you hear the whole building is reverberating with the sound of somebody playing an organ, a big pipe organ. It sounds like somebody's playing
Phantom of the Opera.
Bach very badly. Like they're trying to play Bach and Phantom of the Opera at the same time. And you know the phrase "pull out all the stops" comes from like all the different stops on an organ. Somebody has literally pulled out all the stops, and all the noise and effects are happening. You see, you're in the main lobby of the building. You've come through the big glass entrance door, and dead ahead of you are the main auditorium doors, and they are open to the main auditorium. There is nobody else that you see right away, just the dark auditorium doors.
Vernon, Corwin, do either of you happen to have a giant sword?
Right here. He hands the knife to Corwin.
Okay, but this is fairy. We need something made out of iron.
Pulls out a shotgun.
Does it shoot
you're-
iron?
When you're in this business long enough, you learn sorry, hold on. I need to actually be looking at you. You learn the benefit of having every second ball be steel.
Cool. That's really badass. What do I get?
You took a gun off your friend, and then you handed it back.
Right. Okay. Sure. I guess.
Hold on. Invoke never empty-handed.
Yep.
Produces a pistol with a really ominous silencer, which he takes off. And then says, No. Let's hold on. Here we go. Just pulls this insane boot knife out of his big clumpy boots that were making all the noise in the studio. There you go.
Nice. Okay.
I'm going to invoke Always Armed
Yep.
and pull out
A sword.
Yeah,
A
I'm
katana.
pulling out a sword.
How have you been hiding the sword on your person? If you can come up with a reason how you've done it or a way you've done it, I'll let you do it.
I've got thigh-high boots, man. It's just been tucked in there.
You can also go with the Kaleripateu belt sword, which is a crazy, whippy, bendy sword that goes around your waist like a belt.
It could
I was
also
gonna
have just
suggest-
been on your back and not mentioned
Yeah,
before.
I was gonna suggest like
Yeah.
a cane sword that's like, but yeah, that you've just been kind of like a cane that's just been stuck through your backpack the whole time. But
I believe by the rules, all that's required is that you just say it's been there the whole time and you
Yeah.
never mentioned
Yeah.
it before.
Do it. All right, everybody, you've got your weapons. You ready to go in?
Yep.
It's like, where did you get that claymore, Corwin? Jesus
All right.
Christ.
We got 15 minutes. Let's
Had
do
it
it.
on me.
Okay, onward.
Running in.
You go in through the main doors, and I will give you for free before you have to decide whether you enter big or enter sneaky. You can see what's going on. The inside of Walt Disney Concert Hall is it's like being inside of a literal music box. There's more wavy wooden panels everywhere. Even the ceiling is wavy to design for the best possible perfect acoustics. The pipe organ is in a place of honor at the back of the stage. This is a classical music hall, not a theater, which is like a kind of black box. It's the main prominent feature, and something interesting about it, the pipes are all at odd, strange angles, all the way up to the roof, a good like 20, 30 feet, and they're all made of wood. Sitting at the organ playing is a person. You can't really make out much about them. They seem to be, they're wearing black. They seem to be a man, but it's hard to tell from this distance. Seem to be younger than middle age, older than a kid. You see in the center of the empty stage is a small orange tree in the roots, all bundled up in a burlap sack, maybe just like 8 feet tall orange tree. Coming off the tree are vines, like you saw back at the place, and they are stretched maybe about 12 feet out, and surrounding it are 12 people, and you recognize... Yeah, you recognize at least 5 of them are the werewolves that you are looking for. The other ones, you see a couple signs of maybe like 2 or 3 changelings, 2 or 3 others that don't have anything obvious on them, which you would guess would probably be other mortal practitioners. You see standing beneath the tree, sort of off to holding her hands up and just kind of basking in the sunlight through all the skylights in the magical maelstrom that's being created in the room by this music is a tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman, barefoot in an orange silk shift that sort of vaguely ties into what everybody was wearing back at the compound, with this long silver hair. And she, you also see sitting in the front row is Shaban Brown, and standing in the aisle with his foot up on a seat, watching nervously, is your friend from Velia's Malibu compound. They have not noticed you yet. How do you want to approach?
I am going to wait for my 2 friends to get further away from me. I assume that that's our basic strategy at this point, right?
Yep. Vernon.
Sure.
Yes, Vernon and Corwin. Do you guys want to take the lead this time and go ahead and split as you act first? What would you like to do?
Well, it looks to us, I mean, they were at death's door before. It looks to us like these people are being drained. They're
Yes.
in serious danger right now.
They are all on their knees, and they're in way better condition than the people back there. But yeah, they all are kind of just like in this state of being drained. And you see a couple of them do have looks on their faces that remind you of those the 3 werewolves that were not captured. That sort of rictus of fear that you had mistaken for a white court attack.
Well, Lenny, I think we go in strong.
That works for you. All right.
I'm open to counter plans.
I look at the little knife that I have.
Big knife.
No, the big knife that you gave me, but the little one that cuts the vines, which you also handed back to me. And I am going to say, I think our good friend Corwin needs to cut the vines. And I'm going to hand the little knife to her. And I think you and me make interesting targets.
Amen.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
So I'm going to run in.
Right.
What's that?
She said, all right.
All right, so I'm going to run in and I'm going to yell, "Watch out, bitches, it's Lenny!" And I'm going to come running straight down the aisle towards the stage, brandishing the big knife.
All right, that's about as far as you get on that action. Let's have Vernon go next. What do you do?
I mean, okay, so Lenny's just running with a knife, just straight at him, right?
Absolutely.
And that will put you on directly on a collision course with your friend from the compound. Yes, thank you. LA's shiniest new building.
Well, they did call in a favor. Gonna go ahead and put an attack out there on. God, I haven't even talked to Philia. It just kind of feels wrong. But those are our three. We've got we've got Siobhan, we've got Philia, we've got. Oh, what's this now? Well,
Yep.
It's something the ritual.
Middle of the ritual.
Oof. Can I do a quick intellect roll to see if damaging the tree with iron would do anything?
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, I feel like it may not be my first ritual.
That's gonna be. I'll tell you right now. It will be at least a fair check to get anything, if not a hard check to get a really solid answer.
Okay. Well, my result is 2.
Yeah, you can tell that it's clearly an important one, but you don't have any specific knowledge. I mean, especially this is a summer ritual, and you've never seen it before, so you got nothing.
Well, they're eating people, so I'm really not okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I've almost stopped caring, but not quite.
There you go.
He puts buckshot downrange into this lady with the orange shift.
Right
All
past
right.
Lenny's ear.
Gonna go ahead and use the stunt Slayer,
Nice.
which gives me a power level over Faye, given that I am firing with iron.
Okay.
And should I keep going? Should I go higher? I can do a lot of bad things, but I think I'm gonna stop there. I don't think it's personal yet.
Okay.
Ooh. -2. Okay, well that's +2.
Okay. And she is going to respond with guile. And that is going to be a -1, but so she is going to get +2 to her guile, so that takes us up to +1. As a summer court Fae, she has naturally defense against winter specifically, so that's going to give her another +2 whenever you attack her, and that's going to be, so that takes her up to +3. And she is a higher scale than you guys, and that's going to give her another +1.
But doesn't Vernon's hunter thing that made him a higher scale than her Doesn't that cancel that out?
Oh, I'm sorry. Remind me what the hunter does again. You said it.
My additional stunt is Slayer. Once per session, I may declare that I have a level of scale against a supernatural opponent during the scene, but must choose only one type of action, and I chose attack.
All right, gotcha. Okay, then yes, you are correct. That does even out. So her scale does not apply here. So it's
I think she still had me beat, though.
But yeah, she still does have you beat. Your buckshot goes straight through her, as if she wasn't there, into the tree. And the image of her ripples, and then she reappears about 4 feet to the left. And she looks down at herself and over at the tree and says, "Impressive."
I am redirecting towards the real her.
For someone who is neither one thing nor another. How embarrassing to not be able to make up your mind.
I get that a lot.
All right, let's go ahead and cut over to Corwin. What are you doing?
I am actually kind of surprised that you guys have not managed to create a distraction. But,
technically, I haven't had my turn yet. All I did was run into the room.
While screaming.
Yeah. You know what? I will cut back over to you, and we can do another create an aspect.
Yeah.
Create an advantage. Yeah,
I am absolutely creating an advantage if I have the chance to do it.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't have you roll for that. Go ahead and roll.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and apply... Yeah, once again, I'm going to apply Fearless when it counts and Guile to distract everyone to look at me and slightly less so Vernon, so that nobody is looking for an invisible Corwin. And I have rolled +3 on the dice, +3 for Guile, +2 for Fearless when it counts. So that's 8. I have made a legendary roll.
That is yeah. You are so successful that, yes, both Shaban and the man have their eyes on you. Even Velia, who is distracted by Vernon, is distracted by both of you. And yes, that creates you succeed with style, so you actually get 2 free invokes on distracted.
All right.
So you or anybody else can use those 2 free invokes.
All right. Well, I'm giving the first one to Corwin.
All right. So Corwin, yes, you get a +2 bonus.
Yeah, I am definitely gonna sneak down there to where the tree is and where everyone is, and I guess start cutting away.
Yes, you
kind of like hiding behind the tree.
Yep.
While like slicing away at the vines.
This place is full of shadows around the stage, since it's meant to spotlight the stage. Since the people are kneeling on the edge of the stage, you are able to skirt around at full speed and approach from the kind of the shadows of the edge of the stage. Go ahead and roll a Guile just for funsies, and you can add that +2 invoke.
Okay.
And any other stunts or benefits you want to use.
2, 3, 1. So 6. So 5.
Okay. So that is. Let me see how many that is. That's going to be a -1 plus +3 plus 1. So that'll be 3. How much was your Guile, did you say?
Well, total it was a +5.
Okay, so you succeed with 2. And yeah, so you succeed easily. You cut the first person free and nobody notices. It's one of the werewolves, and they sort of sag backwards into your arms, and you're able to lower them down to the stage. They are still breathing, but they lose consciousness as soon as you cut them loose. but into kind of like a restful sleep, not into like a coma kind of sleep, if that makes sense. All right,
Yes.
and now it is the bad guy's turn.
Sure.
All right. So Velia is going to go first, and what is she going to do? She is going to... Oh, that's fun. It's a 0. She is going to create an advantage. She's going to try to create an advantage by invoking a aspect. Let me see. She's going to use Flare and try to create a invoke an aspect against you, Vernon. And looking at you, she is going to try to invoke hates his nature. And she says, "Oh, you poor child. I can give you rest. I can give you peace. Why do you torture yourself like this? I can take it all away from you, and you can be part of something bigger." And so that's going to be a 0 for her roll, plus a 1. Wait, was that? Sorry.
It was 0.
It was a 0 for the roll, plus 1, plus 2, so that's a plus 3. And I'm going to want you to go ahead and how would you like to counter that, Brian?
Okay. This is an approach, right?
She's trying to hit you with, she's trying to play mind games with you, invoke emotional stress on you by trying to goad you into giving up.
Okay. Say the cool reservation of a professional would fall under intellect?
Yes.
Unfortunately, my result was -1. Not going to waste any time trying to buff that up. I think it's in character for him to be bothered by this, so I think it's appropriate.
So she is going to inflict, because it's -1 and she scored a +3, she's going to inflict 4 stress on you. And you are questioning again how you came to be doing this, how you came to be risking your life and your friend's life up against somebody who is infinitely more powerful than you. And for what? And you think it would be so much easier. You could just choose to give up this life if you just gave up your power and became immortal. And so you are wrestling with that and taking 4 stress. Okay, and then let's see. So Siobhan and her buddy, who you didn't met, but his name is Sean, are going to go ahead, and they are both going to attack. They are both going to pull their. They're both going to invoke a condition called Terrifying Form. They are going to. Let's see. They're both going to go after you, Lenny. Sean will attack first. He is going to once again drop his glamour and kind of have his eyes go solid white. And he stretches upwards into this monstrous Lovecraftian beast. And he laughs and he says in his horribly echoing voice, "Run, little fish," which doesn't make any sense, but who said he's really the body
here.
does the talking. Okay, yeah. So he is going to, where is your, okay, so he's going to roll for flare. So it's a 0 plus 3. So I need you to roll to keep your calm.
Oh, me.
Yes.
I thought he was doing
'cause
that
he's
to
going.
Vernon.
No, he's going after you. They're both going after you, Lenny. Sorry if I said
Okay,
Vernon.
yeah.
I forgot. I have to stay sitting down.
I am... How will I defend that? I think intellect.
You can do intellect. You can do.
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
You could also do. You could respond with flair of your own, because he's using flair. You could respond with guile. If you can justify it, you can use it.
I am not only going to respond with guile. I am going to pull off a stunt. I'm going to use my rep stunt,
Okay.
and I am going to check off 2 boxes of heat to go with
Okay.
it, making my heat all the way at max, which I'll have to check what that does. But I'm going to... that gives me +4, because I get 2 for every box I'm willing to check.
Okay.
So that gives me +4 to intimidate or coerce a non-criminal NPC
There you
into
go.
cooperating. Since we've established that everyone who doesn't have the criminal mantle is a non-criminal, it's going to work on this Lovecraftian fairy monster. And I'm gonna pull. I'm going to run directly up to him and put the edge of the blade right up against his body.
Okay.
And I am going to say, "You fairies think you're the most powerful things in this world. You don't understand. Humans run everything."
Okay.
And I am going to try to get him to focus entirely on me, ignore my friends, and if possible, even hesitate with fear. Okay. These are blank. This is a -1. But I got +4 and +7, so I got 6 on it.
You got 6. You beat him by 3.
All
so
right.
yes. So he fails. And you.
I would if
Yep.
that's succeeding with style, right? +3.
That only works when you are rolling against somebody. If you are rolling to defend, I don't believe succeeding with style applies. It's just a flat fail for him.
Okay.
But as you do that,
Oh, you wasted a stunt on that.
Siobhan comes up to the side, and this meek little librarian type puts her hand. She's going to just leap over the seat and come at you and transform mid-air into this hideous, toothy, another Lovecraftian beast. Lots of teeth, lots of eyes, and all viney, tendrily arms.
Seen it.
And she is also going to... So yeah, so you're going to need to roll again. Her flair is 3, so it's a +3.
All right.
Oh, excuse me.
I am going to defend with guile.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I gotta stick to my play from a second ago.
Okay.
That's too much of a pivot even for Lenny. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna defend with guile. I'm gonna turn to her and I'm going to laugh at her.
Okay.
That's 1. That's 4.
All right. You also successfully laugh at this creature as they come at you. And so they have both taken the action, and you're just laughing at these hideous beasts from beyond the stars like a complete madman.
Yeah.
And neither of them has managed to lay just 1 ounce of psychic damage on you, Lenny.
I'm just
you
so
are-
batshit crazy right now.
You are fearless when it counts.
Yeah, that's true.
When
I
it
didn't
counts,
even
yeah.
invoke that this time.
I love it. Okay, so
Okay.
that's the bad guys. So we're back to the top of the round. Corwin, would you start us off? If you used to have one more free invoke on the distracted that you can
Cool.
use to give yourself another +2 bonus if you want to cut another person free.
I am cutting another person free. So it's +2 minus 1 is +1. And +3. And I'm going to use Fly Under the Radar as well. So I'm going to invoke that.
Okay. Let me ask you though. You have a choice. No, actually, roll first, and I'll give you your choice.
So 2 minus 1 is 1, plus the 2 for the distract, right? So that's 3, plus, is it another 1 or another 2 for invoking that aspect?
2.
2.
Invoking
Yeah.
is 2.
Yeah. So 5?
Okay. Ooh,
Uh-oh.
you may be in trouble. Oh no, that was 4
On the dice.
on the dice alone. And this is...
Bye, guys.
And am I doing this with Guile?
Yeah, did
So
you
I'm
add
just-
your guile?
I did not add my Guile.
Oh, well then add your guile.
8.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right. Okay, so that
This
was
is
4.
Clash of the Titans at this point.
And she is... Where is her? So that's 6. You did it. You succeeded.
Yay!
And yeah, that was a legendary roll. And yes, there is a lot going on, but you feel Velia's gaze cross behind you, and you sense it a second before it happens and flatten yourself out of her gaze, and then just a quick over your head through the next vine and back down again. So here's your choice. To rewind a few seconds, a second or two back, you've saved a werewolf. The next person to your left is another werewolf. To your right is what looks like probably a changeling, somebody who is a very beautiful 20-something man who just has kind of that, just a bit of a glow to him, if that makes sense. Like there's just a little bit of light coming out of him. Which one do you save, the werewolf or the changeling?
Going with the werewolf. I've got a job.
All right, you go ahead, and you have cut loose 2 werewolves now. Who wants to go next, Lenny or Vernon? You can pick.
I'm down, unless Lenny wants to continue the crazy train.
No, I think I need to gather the situation a little more, so why don't you tell me what's going on?
I gotta say, I loved that line, by the way. Humans run everything.
It's true. They all want us. We're the important ones.
Yes.
So, just for clarity, I know that Sean turned into something weird. This looks like a glamour, not like he's secretly an outsider pulling strings and things like that.
I will let you know, as a changeling, you would probably guess that Lenny has, or not Lenny, that Sean is probably some sort of transformer, for lack of a better word. Shapeshifter, that's the word I was looking for.
He's like a Zelky or something like that. Selkie, sorry.
The fact that he transformed into some sort of Lovecraftian horror monster, a general shapeshifter. Not necessarily a Selkie. Selkies are not noted for their ability to transform at will.
Take your baseline Fey knowledge elsewhere, Brian. Message received. Understood. Okay. So, as the bad guy, as Ophelia is goading him and all this is happening, a strange change comes over Vernon.
Mm-hmm.
He gets this slightly too wide-eyed look, He keeps tracking her with his weapon, and he is entering in pursuit.
Nice.
Mark this condition when you name a specific supernatural creature as your target. He gains a new approach, the hunt, which is at great +4, which he will be using.
Nice.
You may use 2 free boosts against me in any scene not directly related to what we're doing right now.
Okay.
All right. Way
All
to
right.
save that for the last scene.
Nice.
He's
All right.
going to... Oh, go ahead.
Nope, you go ahead.
He takes a knee just dead center in the aisle, pulls a bead on her, and takes his shot with killing intent.
Nice.
+4 is his approach. I'm going to invoke... I don't know that you actually gave me a name for... Oh, I guess I didn't... I guess what I would have needed to do to invoke an aspect is I would have needed to trade the stress for an aspect that she put on him for... Oh, no, I can just use hate as nature.
Well, yeah, exactly. She puts hates... Yeah, you can use that.
Okay, so that's +6. And then with Slayer active, I can choose to either get +1 to this roll, or I can choose to scale it up by 2 if it succeeds. So I'm going to go ahead and attack it plus. Can I wait to roll first, or should I? Sorry, new to the system.
You can roll first and then decide what bonuses you'd like to apply. That's fine.
I apologize. This really could have been
you're
a ramp up of dramatic stuff, but instead I turned it into a rules list.
I have to say, I'm not an expert on this rule set either, but every place I saw where it mentioned when you apply a modifier, it was always after the roll. This system seems to favor that.
Yeah, they don't want you to feel like you waste your cool move and don't get to use it.
Total result is +6.
Okay. And Velia's going to make her roll to defend, and she will do a... So this is a gun? This is a bullet? Or a
This is a spread of iron balls.
Okay. She's going to respond with straight up force this time. Okay, so she
It's
gets
going to take the wind right out of my sails.
She's going to get a +2 right off the bat from the dice. She is going to get a +1 because the scale effect has worn off, correct?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Not
so
for
you
Slayer.
Oh, okay, so she doesn't get that. She is going to get the +2 against you. No, because she's defending, not attacking. So she has it's just a straight +2. And then another +2 for her force, so that's 4. And I believe that is it. So she's got 4 against your 5.
6.
Sorry, she's got 4 against your 6. So you, I believe, have just done her 2 points of stress.
4. Because I didn't use my scale upgrade. Mm-hmm. I waited until after the fact. So instead of doing 2, I'm going to bump it up.
Didn't you already say, well, okay, that's fine. We'll just go with that.
Sorry, +4 for the hunt, and then +2 for invoking hates his nature.
Yes.
That's where I got my +6.
Okay.
And then Slayer let me bump up the damage that he did.
Oh, but I already deducted the 2 because she has the scale against you when she defends.
Oh,
so it would
okay.
Be,
then 2.
Then it's 2.
Yep,
yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah. So you fired her again, and she just straight up tries to muscle her way through it and make a point like, haha, you are worthless. And flink, 2 of your shot go straight through her shield into her shoulder. And she just looks at you like, she's pissed.
We're all pissed.
Yep. All right. So you have done damage to her, though. Congrats. Lenny, you're up.
Okay. So I have intimidated one horrifying monster from beyond, and I have just confused, I suppose, the other one. And I'm gonna run.
All right.
I'm gonna use haste. I'm gonna get the hell out of here. But I'm gonna run directly away from my friends so that if they're watching me and they're still distracted, then they will not see Corwin or Vernon as their eyes follow me out. Those are all blanks, and that's a -1. Okay. My haste balances it out, so I got a 0. I'm trying to run.
Okay. So they're going to... I guess that's an overcome rather than a...
Yeah.
Okay. So that's... So you try to run, and I'm going to say that... What do you think that feels like? Like you don't run? You trip over your own...
A 0? Well, I think they have to oppose it if they're trying to
Okay.
catch me. Or they can not
All
try
right.
to catch me.
They'll try to grab you with force, and I'll just roll for both. Well, I'll roll separately for them.
Okay.
It doesn't feel fair like either you get grabbed by 2 people. All right.
They got me. They obviously got me.
Yep. So Sean has +2. Shaban misses, but Sean does manage to sink a couple of those claws into the back of your pants leg, and you go down as he pounces at you. You go down in the aisle trying to make your way back up towards the auditorium exit, back towards the lobby.
So I'm down?
You're prone, to use a D&D term, but not injured yet, because you were just trying to escape.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe it's my turn now.
Yep.
Okay. So, Velia is going to activate one of her Fey Summer Court stunts. And she is going to go ahead and look to you, Brian, and say, oh gosh. And say, actually, you know what she's going to say? I'd have a cool line, but honestly, why bother? And she thrusts out a hand, and she's going to cast an evocation at you of summer magic, and a blast of sunlight comes out of her hand straight towards you.
Vernon, look out.
So,
This is gonna hurt.
yeah. So she's gonna roll. Oh, you may be in luck because she rolled a -1. But she gets to add her +1 for skill, so that's up to 0. She's gonna add her 2 for magic. She's gonna add her +2 for you being winter, and she's attacking a winter person with a summer spell. And I believe that's it. She is firing at you with a +4, a summer spell.
It's not nearly as much fun when they're doing it to me.
Yes. This will basically be like firing fire at you.
Okay. Okay, so I would say that I'm defending against you, correct?
Yes.
So could I use the hunt as my approach still, since I'm using it in direct opposition to you?
Is the hunt good for defense, or is it only good for attack?
I'll read the ruling. It says, while this condition is marked, you're obsessed with your quarry and committed to seeking its destruction. You gain the new approach, the hunt, at +4, which can be used with any action taken against that quarry.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like defense. It sounds like it's only good for attack.
Okay, then let me poke around. I mean, force is my best one, So, yeah, I said he took a knee. I guess he's going to try to shoulder past it. Does that work? Should I choose a dodge? Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I feel like you can't really apply force in this case. I feel like, yeah, either haste. I think haste is probably your best one. If you want to say force might be like if you ripped up a chair and put it in front of you or held up something, use something to block.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to min-max, or not min-max. I don't want to be cheesy. So if you think dodging is better, then I'll do that.
It's up to you. If you feel like it makes sense in the story for him to be able to just grab a chair and force it, I'll let you do it.
He's using haste.
Okay.
He's using haste. I think it's... and he's doing it very badly. His result is -1.
Okay. So, yeah, so she does 5 more stress to you right there.
Okay.
And
got
that's going to exhaust your soak, isn't it?
Well, I have to do something about it.
Yeah.
So... Okay. Wounded.
Yes.
Mark this condition to absorb 4 shifts from any attack. And I get an additional aspect that represents the nature of the injury. So if you're okay with it, I'm going to suggest that she has burned right through his awesome coat and he has received some, I'm hoping he's not just ruined, but I think there's some 3rd-degree burns in there. That sounds like pretty extreme fire.
Yeah. How many points down are you?
I started at 4. You hit me with 5 more,
okay.
but then I downshifted it. So now I'm at 5 stress.
All right. So so you are wounded, and I'm assuming that I get a free invoke on that.
How is it possible that Lenny has still not taken any stress?
I know. Well, we'll try to fix that.
I know you will. But... This is exactly how I was hoping it would work, playing the completely human character. just rolling into situations and waving his middle finger at everyone, and coming out unscathed.
All right, here you go.
Everyone's just so surprised by the fact that a human would even try to attempt that. It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
It's like the Batman effect. They're so sure he must have powers.
All right. And so now Sean and Siobhan are going to go ahead and go. And they are going to attack Lenny. Yes, thank you. Sorry, just trying to find it. Yeah, they're just going to straight up attack you with force. Both of them.
Okay.
And go for a physical attack with their claws and their weird vine tentacles.
So I will defend against them separately, right?
Yes, because I rolled separately. So Siobhan goes at you, that's a 0, and then it's +2 for her force. And then Sean has -1 against you.
Siobhan got 1 on the die, not 0. She's red, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, I'm
1,
sorry.
2, yeah.
Yes, she's got +1.
Okay, so I'll roll against her first.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use Guile. So just as she goes to attack me, I'm going to point behind her and off to the side and go, "What's that?"
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Sean has +1 as well. So they
Okay.
both rolled +1 against you.
Okay, I got +4 against Siobhan
Okay.
by yelling, "What's that?" because I'm awesome.
Yep.
And when Sean comes at me, I'm going to just keep my finger pointed and go, okay, negative, positive, so it's a -1. That's a +2. on Sean.
All right. So amazingly, you manage. I
managed to avoid.
Yeah. You know what? I am gonna say that doesn't really make sense in the scene, and just like you have to use an appropriate defense. That can be story justified.
Okay, well, I'll keep it as guile, but I will, instead of that, I will roll to the side and reach behind my back as though I'm going to pull out some devastating weapon, just to make them hesitate for a split second, so I can get out of the way.
All right. I guess I'll allow it.
All right.
And then, as you do that, though, you see them both draw back, and you think, haha, I successfully scared them off. Only you realize that they're both looking over your shoulder, back towards the open door, towards the lobby. You turn, and you realize, it's nighttime outside, and you can just see the full moon beginning to rise. There is a smash of glass.
Ah, crap.
A whole lot of smashing glass outside. And a moment later, you have got an angry swarm of werewolves.
Aren't they a pack?
These ones are swarming.
Okay.
Usually there's a pack. A pack is like maybe 4 to 20. These guys keep coming. Like there's 10, there's 20, there's 30. They are filling the room. And I'm going to go ahead and, because it's 1 o'clock, I hope you guys don't mind if we kind of end this with a cutscene, if that's okay. If you guys want to keep going, we can keep going with the battle.
I will
But you
defer
made
to
it
my
through
comrades.
the scenes. You called for help. You alerted the right people where you were. So we can go ahead and end it. How do you guys feel? Do you want to keep playing out the scene, or do you want to say that at this point you have an overwhelming advantage? Thoughts?
I'm okay either way.
Same.
All right. Because the numbers...
Wait, Brian,
Sorry, Brian,
I
do you
think
want
you're
to...
muted.
Sorry. I was actually going to ask if we could put the aspect down, called for help,
Yes.
since I knew we had done that. So, yeah, along with the hideous burns on my arm, I am on board for the cutscene ending.
All right.
All right. So I will summarize. You guys go ahead, and they're still fighting. There's still damage taken. Lenny takes 4 stress just in the total chaos
Absolutely.
of having
Yeah.
a werewolf pack literally trample over him.
I'm actually going to shift it all to imperil. So, like, I've got a broken ankle,
Yeah.
got a dislocated knee, probably
Absolutely.
just generic blood coming from my head from no specific spot.
Yes, Sean and Siobhan try to defend and take down a couple, but they too are just overwhelmed by the numbers. Velia throws up a greater illusion. She seems to vanish for a moment, and then when the wolves swarm onto stage, knock over the tree, knock over everything, she's gone. You don't know what happened to her. She does successfully make her escape in the chaos. Corwin, you get the very fun task of trying to explain to a bunch of werewolves, no, slow down, I'm helping, as you try to show them how to get these people loose. But yes, you guys had successfully saved the 5 missing werewolves. You revealed the true culprits, and you are all now owed a major favor by Hannah Chen, and by extension the Greater Downtown Pack, and
the Summer Court's probably kind of mad at me.
Well, are they though? So you've definitely made an enemy in Velia, and you've also got a White Court vampire's name written on your phone number that you've picked up on your hand.
Oh, I have written that in my book already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just in case you need it. You never
So
know.
congratulations, you guys. You saved the day.
Yay!
All right.
You rescued the werewolves. And you are triumph once again. The forces of good triumph over the forces of evil.
And Dresden Files Accelerated has the honor of being our longest one-shot ever on Shadows of Archonia.
Thank you guys for sticking
We've gone
with
an
us.
hour and a half over time.
Oh. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
All right.
This was honestly a lot of fun.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
I
I'm glad
liked
you
it.
had
I don't
fun.
know anything about any of it.
I don't know anything about what we were doing. I think we figured it out towards the end.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we'll know what to do next time. You guys have
It's
lots
a good
of new
system. We
friends.
just didn't know it.
You have lots
Yeah.
of fun new enemies. You could have called Marissa. That was an option for you as well. All you needed to survive, you could have fought it out to the bitter end with the ritual, just the three of you. You could have called the werewolves for help, or you could have called Marissa for help, since she
Yeah.
clearly
Well, we
was
already
not-
had told the werewolves. Vernon had.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
yeah, calling Marissa was not on my to-do list, regardless.
It depended how that scene would have went.
I already
yeah.
tried to get her involved, and she seemingly wasn't interested at all, so I would never have thought of calling
Yeah.
her in again.
Yeah, given that you guys are very strongly against specifically people being eaten,
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Well.
I kind of figured that was how we would end things.
Yeah.
No, that
Power
was
of friendship.
for a
Friendship
story
is
written over
magic.
just like 2 or 3 days. That was really cool. I like that
thank
a
you.
lot.
Yeah. I agree.
Read a lot of Dresden Files.
Yeah. We actually were reading Deadbeat, I think, on our honeymoon. We had it with us.
Did we? I don't. What
That
I remember.
I remember because I hadn't brought a book
Yeah.
and you had already read it. And that's, yeah.
I probably read it like on the drive. I
Yeah.
was like, I didn't have a chance to read this. I was too busy getting married, doing all the last minute stuff. So now we're
By the time you
driving-
got me to read one, which was on our
Yes.
honeymoon, you had already read one or two of them.
Dresden? Oh, I'd read more than that. It was because I remember when we were dating, one of the first birthday presents your parents gave me, which would have been a year before the wedding, was a book with every Dresden Files novel that had been published thus far.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That doesn't make sense because we don't have such a book.
No, I mean it was a box with all the paperbacks in it,
Oh, I see.
and there must have been at least 5 or 6.
In
We'll
that
have to
case,
look
I'm
it up.
disappointed in you for throwing out the box.
It was just a cardboard box. It was. It wasn't a box set.
All right.
It was. No, I would have kept the box.
Okay.
it
Anyway,
was not a box
we're
set, it
now
was
at 107. So.
All right, so we'll let everybody go about all the milestones Dresden has played in our marriage.
Yeah. The thing is, we really like Dresden. That's all I was
Yes.
getting at.
So thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the story. If I'd spent more time on the rules instead of on the story, things might have gone differently. But
Well,
we will.
We all had a
next
busy
time.
week.
That was pretty good for only 3 days of prep, I think.
Yeah.
For
Oh
all
no,
of
yeah,
us.
for sure.
For a brand new system, 3 days of prep.
And I'm excited that we know the system now a little bit because there are lots of other games done in Fate Accelerated that we could try.
Yes, it's a cool system. I
Yeah.
like it. I feel like I just need to have more time with the system to understand it fully,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of potential in this. I really like the aspect idea.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get to know it better.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for
Thank
running our game.
you. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
players. Thank you, viewers and
Thank you.
viewers
No,
of the
we don't have any
future
viewers. It's 1 in the morning.
watching.
Um,
Viewers of the future who will watch this on YouTube. 'cause it
yes,
says
YouTube
Dresden on it.
viewers, thanks for sticking it out.
Yes,
I know you're playing it at 1.5 speed.
that's.
I don't mind at all.
Nope.
In fact, I have encouraged people to do that.
Yep.
Wait, can you actually see that in the?
See how many people play it at 1.5 speed?
No,
don't
I
think so.
can't see that. But I know people do. Who's going to watch a 3, 4, 5 hour video without playing it at high speed? Nobody.
True.
All right,
Fair.
you guys.
Fair point.
All right.
On that note,
Peace out.
good night, everybody.